morning. Can you hear me okay?
DVG, good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, perfect. Good morning. How are you?
Doing well. Doing well. On a little bit earlier today. Um,
You want to make some comments early here? Aggie's not in today, so why don't you go for it?
yeah, if you don't mind. Well, I'll tell you what. Look, first and foremost, good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Hopefully, everybody had an amazing weekend. Um, what a show we've got in store for us here. I think I'm really surprised we didn't wake up even lower than we are now. Levels to look below on the cues is going to be 452.31. That'll be that big leg lower. If we break that, we're currently sitting at 463 right now, but 452.31 was our previous lows when everybody was panicking about the big flash crash, but we are not too far from it. So keeping an eye on that level below. On the SPY specifically, 548.03. We actually tagged that got pretty close to it this morning. So I'll be keeping a very, very close eye on the SPY today, which is a little bit more of a broad base. The real thing is can we bounce from here, right? This is like the third time, second time, at least in the last, I don't know, let's call it few weeks, 3 weeks, less than a month. We're testing this level. And the trouble is like, do we bounce from here and move back up to maybe like that 5,600 or 560 area? Maybe. It's worth noting, obviously, Liberation Day is on April 2nd. So we've got 2 days before that happens. For those of you guys that didn't get a chance to buy a new car, I know there's a lot of people trying to do that right now. In fact, not for any other reason, wasn't because of the tariffs. Just so happens, my wife wants a new Mercedes. So we went to a Mercedes dealership and everybody's like, oh, you're trying to get ahead of the tariffs, huh? And I'm like, no, I didn't even think about that. But apparently a lot of people were because there was tons of people at these dealerships. So I was kind of surprised to see that. With that, sounds like wine's going to get bumped up as well. Good news is we happen to go buy some more wine too. But here's the thing. Some of it could be hype. The trouble that I'm having with some of these situations, and this is me being a little more speculative, been in the business now for a long time. Some of these could be an opportunity to like really pump up the consumer. We've seen a weak consumer based on the data, based on the real data. And by saying stuff like this, who knows? It might stimulate some economy, like especially for some of that medium to high end goods, whether it's a vehicle or things like wine. So what an interesting way, right? To just kind of maybe manipulate the cycles. I don't know. That's just me because, again, being a little bit more speculative when it comes to some of this stuff. It's just an opinion, not financial advice. But when I'm looking around, I'm going, wait a minute. We had a weak consumer, and now magically they're trying to instill a little panic to drive people to buy stuff, which is just kind of interesting to watch. That said, watching markets, watching levels, 548.03 on the SPY. Keep a very close eye on that on the downside. We start breaking that, maybe we see a little bit of an undercut. But it's worth noting, August 5th last year, when we saw markets dip because of the U.S. And Japanese carry trade, we dropped below 520 on the SPY. So again, don't be surprised if we start aiming lower, but I do think we'll probably see a little bit of a bounce today just based on those two indices. Obviously, I don't want to share headline news. I'll leave that to you, Scott, but I just wanted to fill in the void with, I know Aggie's not with us this morning, but we're curious to get your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's a good point, and I think you said it very well to the point where, hey, how much of this is hype? There's going to be a certain amount of hype, right? But there's also a lot of truth to it. So, if in fact a car in DVG's case is going to go up 25%, right? Could very well go up 25%. So if you're spending 100 grand on a Mercedes, you're spending 125 for no other reason but taxation, right? There's no value add, there's no different production, there's no nothing. So in that case, you've got a situation where there's going to be some panic buying. It's like being down here in Florida when a hurricane comes. People are running to the store, getting what? Water, supplies, canned goods, things like that, because they think the world's ending. And oftentimes it's close to that. The perils of a hurricane are just incredible. But that, you're starting to see some of that here on with a lot of the the taxes, the high end stuff, the wines, and then think about this. Think about on a smaller scale, because all the kids are dialed into this. Things like DH Gate, right, where people are buying stuff from China, and they are going to pay possibly 25% more, although they'll probably find some type of scam to bring it into the country in a different way. But to that point, though, all the stuff coming in from China, you got TVs, you've got consumer goods, staples, there's just a ton of stuff that can be really, really affected by this. And I think, you take your head out of the sand like DVG this weekend and go shopping and start to see, wow, man, something's happening out there. And I think that's for real, and I think that's going to be happening here more times than not if all these go through, which they are. So let's talk some numbers this morning, get you prepared for the day. Thank you for joining us this morning, everybody here in the room and everybody on YouTube. The channel is growing like crazy. We've got more to come on that. We're working behind the scenes to get some focus on YouTube and to maximize our opportunity here with the room. Thank you to everybody here in the room, and thank you to all the new members. We're getting many new members coming into the room via the 7-day free trial, and we'd love to have you, love to show you what we do on a day-to-day basis. And what we do is we try to become profitable traders each and every day. We've got a great community here, people sharing, Seth, Garrett, Miguel, Steve, Divide, everybody sharing their information. Darren does a great job too of sharing their trades and walking through what's good, what's bad, what's ugly, what's working, what's not working. Kind of wear our trading on our sleeve each and every day. And it is what it is. We like to share that and get better as traders because that's what we believe that we can do for each other. All right, let's talk about these markets in the overnight session in Asia. The Nikkei was down. Get this, you ready? 1,500, 2 points, 0.77, 4% down on the Nikkei. Hong Kong Hang Seng down 307, Shanghai and China down 15.56. Europe still in session here. German DAX down 378 points, down 1.68%. FTSE and UK down 103, and the CAC 40 in Paris down 132, down 1.67%. All 6 markets we track globally are down, putting pressure on the futures here in the US of A. Dow futures already down 252, S&P futures down 50, NASDAQ futures down 243 and 3/4. Not good. We're going to roll out here at the open in the red territory, down over 1% on the NASDAQ. Oil's up 35 cents in this type of market. And if you're in the gold patch, guess what? Again, now you're over $3,100 per troy ounce. $38.90 higher, 1.25%. Interesting enough, silver's not following right now. Silver's down almost 12 cents, $34.69 per troy ounce. Gold got a record above 3,100, and looking at the best quarter since when? 1986. How about that? Calculate that baby up, right? That's 29 years, almost 30 years. Crazy. Platinum's up, palladium is up as well, copper and silver down. All right, Dow futures down, like I said, almost 300 this morning. And it's just because we're bracing for Trump's tariff rollout, and that is April 2. A couple of more days here, and then Elon Musk in the news as well about Doge and trying to cut everything to pressure Tesla to get him to stop. So, there's a lot of stuff going on. You have a business person that owns Tesla. You also have them working for the government. There's just a lot of consternation there, and people are not buying into it. Aston Martin in the news. Lawrence Stroll, Lawrence Stroll, the Canadian billionaire. He's putting more money into the brand. Great brand. Not sure that they're the best out there, but awesome looking stuff here for Aston Martin. Anyway, that's about it. Now, coming into today, say good morning to everybody here. AG, good morning. Divide, good morning to you. Avi, good morning. Steve, good morning. Miguel, good morning. Darren, good morning. Seth, good morning. Hey, Garrett, and good morning to you. Let's talk some stocks here, get you prepared for the day. My trade here this morning, couple of things. The CRWV trade, what typically happens if we have a stock, an IPO that trades like this, up and then finishes down, and then could attack that 37.50, which was the low on Friday, the IPO day. I like it to the upside over 39, kind of a counter trend trade here, but this is the IPO CRWV. CRWV, and this is the long this morning over 39. Only stock that I kind of like to the upside here. Hood under 39, same thing but different, right? HOOD, short under 39 this morning. And then the coin trade here, 169 and then add at 168 to the downside here. COIN under fire this morning. COIN, I can't spell this morning. COIN, short under 169 and then add under 168. So there's a handful for you this morning here. Also, NVDA could be the same thing under 105. I wouldn't mind picking up some NVDA to the upside today as it gets starting to get closer to that 100 range there. And then MSTR, the same thing here. Stock is really hurting to the downside here. So we'll continue to watch MSTR. I'm going to put it right here in the frame. And we're going to be cautious this morning, DVG, with this market with about 5 minutes to the open this morning. My thoughts are that definitely would like to sit on my hands this morning and not get into that first candle like I've been doing. But we'll just see what happens here. I've got that feeling that we could certainly go either way. We've had that huge sell-off on Friday, so you're always looking for a small bounce, maybe a 100-point bounce. The other thing is on this day here, you could reach again and flush out to the downside. So, man, I'll tell you what, it's going to be one of those tough call days here, but being a trader makes it a whole hell of a lot easier.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, keeping a really close eye on the SPY for me this morning, under 54803. That's the big number. Do we undercut it? Probably, if we're going to continue this downward move. But if we start seeing some real sellers step in at that level and we hold that level to the downside, yeah, unfortunately, hate to sound bearish, but I have a feeling we got a bigger leg down that we're not talking about, including all the way down to the August 5th of last year lows, potentially. So, again, just keeping a real close eye on technicals, and we talked about this for Wyckoff distribution. We need a bounce. We now have a bounce. Again, not trying to have a self-fulfilling prophecy, but typically this is when your markdown happens in a legitimate Wyckoff distribution. So if that's the case, be prepared. We got to be willing and open to trade in both directions here. To Scott, your point, I'll probably definitely be a lot more cautious here at the open. Not eager to take, get whipsawed, right? Like see a big break to the downside, short a bunch of stuff, and then literally just get a bunch of buyers that are going to run you over. So I'm kind of with you as far as the names go. A couple other names that I'll throw in the hat. Definitely Costco, be keeping a very close eye on them. Obviously, well-run business, etc. But being $900 and pretty expensive on its PE ratios, PEG ratios. Again, not that they can't grow into that, but I really do think these tariffs are going to have a pretty big impact on their stock. Curious to see what happens with the tech trade. I think for those of you guys that do get notifications from being part of the community, I did mention something that's kind of interesting specifically for tech names that's happening out of Italy. So Italy is actually trying to put a VAT tax, VAT, value-added tax, which is very common in Europe across country lines there, and kind of throughout, I'd even say other countries, but not so prevalent here in the U.S. Well, Italy is trying to enforce that with Google, Meta, LinkedIn, and there's one other name I can't remember off the top of it, X. And by implying those VAT taxes, it's almost like a proof of concept, if you will, on how to tax these tech companies globally, which is kind of opening a new bright spot for, ways to tax global revenue that if it's implemented and it's successful with those brands, I have a feeling it's not going to be just Italy that implements that. So keeping a real close eye on some of these tech names that are kind of propped up. I know NVIDIA, while I'm a big fan of NVIDIA and AVGO right now, this could be a great opportunity to wait for, not a bottom to fill in, but to buy stuff on the way down, more so for a portfolio. And that's just, again, cue the disclaimer, not financial advice, but fundamentally, like, they're also going to be taxed pretty hard with these tariffs, right? Anything coming in and out to build those chips that's not built in the U.S. could be a problem. TSM will be of interest as well because they're building facilities here in the U.S. I know I'm trying to fill in a lot here, but guys, it's going to be a fun, action-packed day. Definitely trade safe. I'm also on the defensive side looking at PLTR here at $80. Might be worth nibbling here for a trade. Maybe get a point or two here off the bottom.
Yeah, good call here. And I got to tell you, this morning here, as we start into the day, just be cautious, right? No reason to jump into everything. And I got to tell you, the way that I see it here this morning, going to have to get that direction clean and clear. Look for opportunities here. CRWD. AG is looking at what, PCVX? Let me take a look at the PCVX trade here.
Hey Scott. Hey,
Hey, what's happening, Amir?
Hey guys.
How you
Good,
doing, man?
good, good. I saw that you mentioned Hood. I saw Hood. I
Yeah.
tried not to mention it. I traded a lot last week, so before falling in love. But this is a really good stock to trade, really technical and really nice stock, really.
Let's take a look at Cort this morning, CORT, real quick before we open here. CORT. What's the news on it?
It's all the time appear. Hey
Yeah.
Miguel, it's appear from time to time on the top 20. I wrote you my candidates. No long, no short. I'm really trying to be open-minded, really. I don't want to be convinced myself. I have the levels and yeah.
Here we
Yeah, I
go.
see that Cort. That's on a trial. Market is open this morning. Let's have a great day today, traders.
There goes PLTR. Might be late to the party. 80. Let me see if I get a fill here. Let's wait for the initial bounce. All right, I'm going to nibble here on PLTR. See what we get in. Small size. That's a terrible fill. 80, 81. Not my favorite fill. That's okay. They're going long. PLTR.
Down over 300 now on the Dow. I like that CRWV around under 37.50 would be great. Under 37.50 CRWV. I may nibble here, yeah. Down $2.40 on the IPO.
Uh-oh. He's getting a bit heavier.
Yep.
Watch the pre-market lows. Guys, PLTR working out great.
AG, you could have closed your eyes on that Cort and just took it short, hey? Okay, I'll go 38. 38 here on the IPO.
Uh-oh.
CRWV.
You want to take it long, Joe?
Yeah, I'm
Scott?
going to take it. I'm going to take it long.
Really? Okay.
Yep. I know it's beaten down. We talked about it pre-market here. That 37.50 is that kind of that low from last week from the open or from the IPO day.
Yeah, it's a crappio. I saw it. I didn't even
is.
participate. Yeah, it's begun to be pathetic.
Is this going to be an actual breakdown? The Qs are now aiming lower, just at 460. If we start breaking that 460, maybe we start seeing those 450s in no time, 455 even, on a quick break to the downside. This could be an opportunity also to get snapped up, so be careful if you are short.
There goes Tesla.
Watching
Down
AVGO.
360 now.
Watching it. Guys, we just broke the 460 on the Qs. 548.03. I'm going to take a put options here on the SPY right now. Let's see if we can find a better setup here. These are so expensive right now. 546, which would mean we have to break the 548 for this trade to work out.
I'll go Cort long at 100. AG, CORT. long at 100. Just the round number itself, that's what would get me into the trade. Break of 100 on court.
Okay, AVGO, I'm watching 162 here. Let's see what it does. If it snaps lower, then no trade. But if we start holding 162, I'm going to keep a close eye on this area. Q's now at 459.
Okay, watch this. Watch the CRWV trade again. The market's down almost 400 now. So, do you believe that there's going to be a flushing day, which means we're going to have like a 600 to 800 point down day, or are we going to bounce here?
Wow,
that's the question right now.
Q's have not stopped. All right, so I'm going to grab some of these SPY put options. I hate that I'm paying this much for them, but 546. I think Paul, you like to hear that, but it's tomorrow, so I'm paying a bit of a premium to get in. If this thing snaps higher, I'll get out of the way immediately. This is not going to be a buy and hold type situation. Watching to see if 548.03 breaks.
I'm going to take MLGO. Traded pretty amazing on Friday. I want to see if it holds 19 above 1950. 50-cent stop.
Q's down in the 548, or sorry, 458.
You can actually buy even now half position, stop under 19 and add above 1950. That's what I did.
Also grab some over 20 possibly too.
Okay, pre-market got to 22, Scott. And yeah. Oh, okay, it started. Okay, good.
Okay,
good. Okay, we have if you bought, we have $1. Okay, a little bit more than $1. Let's see 21. Yeah. That's the same story from Friday. Volume still coming.
Okay, traders, I am long CRWV. Long CRWV. Wow, MLGO.
Yeah. It's same story. Same story.
Down at 556.
Let's wait a few seconds. I want to see if we can break the 2050.
Tesla down at 244. I may take it here. Let's see what happens. AVGO 162. Let's go for a nibble here. Let's see if I can post this in time. AVGO over 62.
Wow, GM taking off now too. Yeah, CRWV, again, I'm in here at 37.50 and I'm long court, CORT, looking for 5 points on the court trade, CORT, up to 105.
Focus.
Yeah, CRWV, 38.50 target, 38.50 target. The one thing I didn't realize on CRWV is the volume, and the volume is pretty poor right now.
Yeah.
Might add PLTR here in a moment.
Should have listened to what Amir had said before. It's kind of a dead IPO.
You know how many months, years ago, I was grieving about the IPO? I love to trade them, and they just fade. And on the way that they are faded, I waste a little bit small money, because I couldn't do the breakout, But it's crap, yeah.
Yep.
Just crap.
Still waiting in on the.
I'm about to add the SPY put options.
Think, Scott, if you have a short under 37.20, you can short it. I think it would be much wiser, I think.
Yeah, I know I don't have any shorts here on the IPO.
Yeah, well, probably I don't want to mess around with that stock.
Yeah, there is shortable shares. Oh, no, that's court, sorry. Let's see. No, not on the IPO, no.
Tesla trying to hold up. Okay, let's see what the SPY does. If it bounces up higher here, I'll get out. If we break the lows, I'm going to load it. Been watching 548.03. It's right there. It's very, very close. We start breaking that level, the downside move should be abrupt. So either we defend that level or down we go. Keep an eye on my Palantir position, which is fine for now. Okay, here comes the SPY. Careful, careful. Careful, careful.
Tesla is interesting, DVG, huh? I don't know which way, but
Yeah, it can get violent quick, that stock, huh?
depend. I like the violent. I don't know which way.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I don't know.
Okay. If the SPY bounces higher right now, even than the previous candle, I'm going to close out these put options.
Looks like I see volumes. Okay, let's do this. 247.50.
Here we go.
Tesla. I don't
Meta
know.
looks like it's going to fall out of bed here any moment. VA muted. NVIDIA now breaking the low of session.
But Nvidia, you see, it did like 4 candles, almost the same level.
Yeah.
It's not. There's no capitulation there. Okay, Tesla. I'm gonna do 247.50. I'm gonna take it with $1.50. I'm gonna write it to you. Tesla. Well, 247.50.
Yeah, just NVIDIA looks really bad right now.
Okay, MLGO. If we're not breaking 2050, I'm gonna take a partial. Yeah, I just did a retest.
39. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Tesla not ready yet. So
No trade on NVIDIA.
yeah.
Watch 548 guys on the SPY. We are getting there fast.
Today is also Monday. You don't know what happened after 30 minutes. So
Yeah, and the last day of the month too.
yeah.
Watch 548.03 guys, getting ready to take a partial here on my put options any moment unless we break that 548 abruptly, which we're coming into it right now. 548.03 guys, let's see what happens. If we don't bounce, it should be a sharp red candle.
It's like all the stocks are waiting, huh?
Yeah.
They're breaking, but except Nvidia.
548
Yeah.
just broke on the SPY. No trade on NVIDIA. I got it out there though. 104.39 for an entry if we bounce up. I don't know if we're going to do it though.
Which way do you want to take Nvidia? Up or
Up.
down?
Up.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Watch the rollover now. MLGO was nice while it lasted, right? For about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
SPY's holding that 548.03. There's the break. Be careful now. I'm going to dump my PLTR position now. Small loser. No trade on NVIDIA yet, but I do have it up there. 104.39 in case we snap higher. Let's see what happens. $104.39 NVIDIA. I don't know if anybody's willing to take that trade. It's risky. Again, this 548.03 level is a big deal on the SPY. So if we're starting to hold it here, maybe this NVIDIA trade plays out. We got pretty close. We're off by a nickel. Uh-oh. I'm worried I'm going to get filled on NVIDIA now.
You have the
Man.
PMI or something.
Chicago PMI at 945. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna buy a half position Tesla right now, 245.50, half position. Stop the low of the day. I'm gonna take half position.
I'm in NVIDIA now.
Ah, you bought
Small
Nvidia
size.
also?
Yeah, I'm in their
Okay.
small size.
Okay.
And it's already moving against. It literally filled me and moved up 5 cents, 4 cents, and now it's tanking. It sucks.
I'm still in MLGO. It's actually a reduced under entry. I'm half position, but yeah, I did like a spike to 1880. Still holding half position.
NVIDIA, what are you doing?
In Tesla, I have a hard stop. I'm not gonna mess around. And I will put another half above 247.50. So if we're gonna have a good, PMI, whatever, I have an order, 247.50. So I have an add-in there and I have the stop for half position. And I'm closing my eyes.
Uh,
I have the order, Scott. I don't need to do. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to give NVIDIA a whole lot more. It's only like 70 cents, but still. I don't want to be like, maybe I'll give it to like 103. Meanwhile, my put options on the SPY and the Qs are doing well.
Okay, guys. MLGO. Hello, 21. Really good. I'm only half position, but I'm okay. Took a partial 21. A little bit under, sorry. So I have another quarter. Stop is under 1950 right now. I'm just raising my stop.
$36 will be
Okay.
the stop on CRWD. CRWD.
Okay. Another portion I want to do on 22. I have an order. Okay, we are 21.50, so we
Wow,
are a
what
little
a
bit
big
more than
move.
2 points. Yeah.
I will
Yeah.
add NVIDIA over 104.45.
Okay.
Took partials here on the put options on the SPY and the Q. Just in case we do not continue lower, I want to take some off.
What's the announcement? Do we have it or not yet? Not yet.
I'm totally rooting for NVIDIA right now. I put an ad out there, 104.45. If it takes my money and then starts tanking, I'm done with NVIDIA.
Okay. We are getting there, 21.50. So we are 2
Tesla.
points in the money.
Yeah.
21.90. I have another place to put an order. I have an order to take a partial in MLGO. And give me how much we got there?
Did you take Tesla?
21.45. Yeah, half position and 247.50. I'm adding more. There was the announcement or not?
I don't see anything.
Yeah, I don't see also. But like the stock's doing something, but the market is not. So who cares? Yeah.
I do want to see a bit of a spike right now and then dump, but I don't know if we're going to get it. The SPY looks really weak. The Qs look really weak, and the Qs have till 452.31 for the bottom to give out. The SPY already took its floor out, which is at 548.03. So we're now printing at 547. I've got a couple more of these put options on the SPY and the Qs in the event we move lower, but I will trim up. If the lower we get, I'll keep taking a couple off, bank that profit on the way down. It's do or die right now for NVIDIA here. 104.45. I will add.
MLGO, boom.
Wow.
Got it. Okay.
I mean, the stock is at all-time highs and blasting off, right?
Yeah, don't worry, Scott. As the pattern in certain time, it's gonna be back.
Tesla
Even today,
246.
probably under 17. It's the same.
Right.
Yeah, it's doing again. But usually it's doing and the usual stock, and then it fades towards really low place. But in this case, you see on the daily, it's up and down and up and down. So it's a little bit different than regular stock. Okay, Nvidia.
I'm in Tesla with you. I
Sorry,
got a baby
Tesla.
size 246. In case we bounce. So we've got put options on the SPY and the Qs in case we continue to move lower, and a couple long positions. I'm still in the AVGO position. LTR, I did get stopped out.
Okay, I'm raising my stop under 2150 in MLGO. I'm locking a little bit more than 2 points. Let it go. Just let it go. Wow. Okay, 2250. Okay, around 2280 something I'm gonna throw. I don't have so much left, but yeah.
Okay, I'll dump the rest of the SPY position here in just a moment. If we get above 548.50, call it, I'll dump the rest of these put options because that'll tell me that we're probably turning a corner here.
I'm changing the order in Tesla. I'm gonna add not 247.50 to 46.80. Okay, MLGO. Yeah, I'm done. Done with that trade, yeah.
Yeah, I got taken out of the CRWV trade with a losing trade.
All right, NVIDIA, time for a breakout. Let's see a big pop to 106. Just do it. 106, baby. Come on. Meta is getting absolutely blasted this morning. All right, guys. Tesla, I'm in at 246. I'm going to see, like, I really want to wait till we get way higher before I consider an ad.
Yeah, we need
There
to
we
see the
go.
volume. We need to
Got
see
our
the
ad in
volume
NVIDIA.
though. Oh, we need to see the volume in NVIDIA. Yeah. Okay. I'm full position in NVIDIA. Sorry,
Tesla
in
now?
Tesla. In Tesla, not
Yeah,
NVIDIA.
I'm
NVIDIA, I'm
with you
not.
on Tesla. All right,
You
I'm going to
remem-
add here. I'm going to
You
add here.
remember last week, the day that it did from 271 to 287, something like this? Let's see. Let's see it
Yeah,
again.
to
Yeah.
290.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see it. You can do it. You can do it.
Well, 262.50 is the big level. And a lot of people were like, "Oh yeah, it's 257." If you look at an annual on weekly chart for a year, you're right around that 257 and change. But 262 for whatever reason, I always see like big mass orders. Like if you guys use your VRVP, you'll be able to see that level on Tesla. That 262 is just a massive level from a volume perspective. I still have my put options on the Qs. I dumped the SPY ones. We get over the VWAP on the Qs, I might consider getting rid of them, but we got in like right at the open. So right now, NVIDIA really needs you to wake up here. I may add a little more to Tesla here. Again, we start with a pretty
There
small
you go.
size.
I'm not sure. It's still on the 9 DVG. And you look at this current bar, it's like still struggling between buyers and sellers.
Yeah, it's got the 200 right overhead. So this previous candle ran right into
Yeah.
it. So 249. Once we see that, we should take off.
Probably 250, a lot of orders. Wow,
Yeah.
Scott, look at the MLGO.
It's crazy, I'm telling you.
I'm out of that stock, but that stock still succeed to amaze me. Look at this, 23. God damn it.
Yeah.
Never satisfy, huh?
I could no.
Tesla. Come on,
No
Tesla.
Yeah.
No shares to short here either.
Nah, done short. So somebody
Okay.
took MLGO, guys.
I'm gonna take a
Really?
partial on
Okay, it's
Tesla in just a
Tesla.
moment.
Tesla, I'm waiting with Tesla. I want to see breaking 250, and I
That's
want to
right
see
where
the
I'm gonna.
buyers.
I want to see
Yeah.
exactly what you said. 250. Let's hit 250.
And
I'll see
then,
a bid. Partial. Bam.
not partial, DVG. Then legs on the table,
Let it
hands,
grow.
hands behind, and we have to see the show. Hopefully, it's in our favor. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Wow, MLGO, it's not halted yet. Wow. Wow.
That's how I am right now with Nvidia, to be honest. Because like I tolerated that low of session. If we get anywhere near that, I'm gonna dump it. But like we're right here at the VWAP. Either we push and we make some dough, or we don't. And if we don't, then I just get out. Minimize the damage, manage the trade.
Did you see, Scott, the behavior of the CRWV on Friday?
Yeah.
Really?
And then that
Disgusting.
initial pop and then flat all day long with
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah, disgusting. Yeah, I told you. Once we knew what to expect, there was like a certain strategy, playbook. Now it's a crap book.
Yeah.
Nothing,
Yeah.
really.
AVGO over 16290. I'll probably add a little more. And we're right at the VWAP right now. So is Nvidia, and so are the Qs. So I'm not
DVG,
eager
with
to
stock,
pop.
we had to do also together with Tesla. Instead, you focus in NVIDIA. Look at AMD. AMD, the buyers came ready there. Look at AMD. Yeah, look, straightforward. Exactly if you bought NVIDIA, AMD, where you bought NVIDIA and you added,
I would have made a ton of money.
yeah, ton of money, really.
Instead of right now, I'm like snoozing over 20
Yeah,
cents.
look at this. It's even better than Tesla. Look at the
Yeah.
bars right now in AMD. Really, buyers were ready there.
Well, no, I'll tell you the biggest miss for me was was MLGO.
Yeah,
Here comes
I'm,
the
I'm,
boom.
I'm, I'm with that stock from last week, Scott. It's like
Yeah.
Friday we had a dinner. I put an order. It was I don't remember. There was a 80-cent stop, like $3. Boom. I just put automatic orders, and I was
Uh-oh.
amazed.
Q's in the spot. Look at the SPY now. Getting that
Yeah.
strength out that 248. Yeah, I call that the needle and thread. There's got to be a name for it. I just don't know it off the top of my head.
Before
You
the
break a
stocks moved.
level, you
Yeah.
break a level, go back through the level. I call it needle and thread. Look at that. It broke the 548.03. Once we got back up in there above 548.03, perfect long position. I mean, you could literally just go there. Your stop loss would be the low of session, and it hasn't turned back since. We're hitting the 200 right now, but
Okay.
here comes Tesla. Big stripe. Look at, you're right. AMD, way stronger.
Yeah. It's like we try to encourage Tesla. Look at AMD. No, nothing.
Finally, yay! We got a 105 now, print. And AVGO, let's go. We got our ad on AVGO. Let's see what happens. Here comes Tesla. Here comes the 250 print. Is it time to put our feet on the table?
Not yet. I want to see the bars of AMD. Then my feet. But it started. You can take off your shoes if you have shoes. I'm barefoot. Yeah.
All right,
We
let's see if we
actually
get an actual push
look
here
at the
now.
bars. The high 250.00. Saw it? 250.00. Unbelievable.
I mean, the thing I'm looking at is we still have a day to play around. So if you guys think for a minute that the big institutions are going to use this as an opportunity to find where people might be loading up their shorts so they could run them over one last time.
Exactly like 30 minutes right now, the
Yep.
Monday reversal, or not.
Exactly.
I don't know. Okay, Tesla. Tesla looking still good. Wow.
I might have to take a partial on Tesla up with 249 next time. I'll hold my shorts longer than I hold my long positions, typically.
Wow, look at MLGO.
I don't want to look.
Still no halting. Up to
I feel-
almost 25 now.
I feel nauseous right now, Scott.
Yeah, I know. I know the feeling.
It's like,
Tempted on the hood trade to take this short too. I just don't know where this recovery is going to take us. So we're coming up nice off the bottom, but still down 370 points, 369 on the overall market here for the NASDAQ.
I don't like the rejection of the 55 on the Qs and then the rejection of the 200 EMA on the SPY. Like, literally that happened at the same exact time. Tesla barely hanging on to its 200 EMA, barely.
DVG, release, let her roll.
Yeah.
It's holding nice, the 9. I think it's basing nice. I want to see the volume. If it's coming again to the 50, it can break pretty nice. And then take your shoes off and...
NVIDIA, I'm about to take my shoes off and get over the 200 EMA.
Okay. So Tesla will find you barefoot. It's good.
That's right. That's right.
It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. We need to be calm, you know, like... Yeah, Zim. Wow, Shopify. Yeah.
Come on, NVIDIA, start looking like AMD, would you? Same with AVGO. I'm taking a partial on everything. I'll let some, I mean, it's still size I got to run, but that's all right. I just want to make sure I'm zero risk today, folks. Zero risk.
Look at the bar in NVIDIA. This is the start to be the biggest bar of the day.
Look at Tesla now.
I know.
Yes.
I know.
Yes.
DVG, Bill, feet on the table. Take away your hands from the keyboards. You're losing money when you click.
Oh, that's a good trade though. 246 added 247.5.
Okay.
I
now
mean-
now 241. Digidin.
Nah. Yeah, okay. I'm going to take a little bit off of Tesla. A little bit off of Tesla. Guys, now feet are on the table. NVIDIA, let's go. Let's let the winners, let's let the runners run. AVGO, same thing. I'd love to see 164. If I get anywhere near that, I'll take a little bit off of AVGO. There's the reversal on NVIDIA. Guys, keep an eye on the SPY. 548.03. Just remember, that was the level we had to watch. We undercut it. Came right back through that level and have not looked back. Not surprising. Look left. Every time we hit that 548.03 level, big level, I figured we'd see these guys try to take advantage of the situation. I don't know if we're going to pop to all-time highs or what's going to happen in a rally, if anything, but we will for sure put some pain on the shorts this morning.
Yeah, Mark, I saw Hood. Yeah, amazing job. Yeah, like the same time we took, the same time we took Tesla, Nvidia, definitely we could took Hood. Amazing, yeah. I traded so much last week, so I tried not to watch it today, but amazing. Watching the bar, just growing volume bars. Yeah. This is exactly why I put my candidates today, no short, no long,
Palantir, I was talking about that position. We took it long. I got stopped out. Now look at it. Still an opportunity, I suppose, but
Yeah, it's about timing. You see all of them in the same times, like in Nvidia, in Tesla, they have few bars, side move, and then boom. Yeah.
what if we see this MLGO back to 20? Would you go long again?
The problem is now we saw few big red bars, you know, Scott, and
Yep.
those guys are really vicious. Believe me, they are really vicious. And I prefer to do before they are coming. So let's see. Now Tesla. I'm watching Tesla. 256 is the high of the pre-markets. I didn't take any partial yet. I just want to see. Now I'm starting to watch it in different time frame. Still looking okay. If somebody took hood, I would put, you know, the next partial a little bit under 42. Close the gap. Yeah, it's gonna be there for sure.
I really hope. I mean, if somebody took Palantir this morning and you held on to it, high five for you, my friends. What a shakeout to break out. This thing's got room now for sure to like 85 to 87 bucks, which is wild for a stock like that to move like 10%, but it's got it in the tank for sure. Cue the disclaimer.
You know, the VG, which stock of the big ones are not participate? Look at Amazon. Amazon
I did notice that.
Looks really good for short, you know. I don't see a lot of range there.
Google's
today.
in the same boat too, I'd say.
Google?
Yeah.
I didn't watch it, but I like to watch Amazon from. Google looks even better. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, the thing is, I mean, you figure Amazon's going to get wrecked from all the tariffs, right? And a lot of their stuff comes from overseas and shipping, and I think anything in transportation right now.
Look at Google. It's like 40 cents stop, like under 150, 160, stop above 152. What's the low? Like a dollar. It's a good risk reward, you know, in Google.
Yeah. I like the military names right now. So PLTR, LMT, NOC. Again, more of like a diversification play. I get LMT.
What about Raytheon? It's RTX, no?
Yeah, RTX for sure. But I like those names right now as like a diversified perspective, maybe for even a swing trade as we move into this uncertainty, quote unquote. So I was watching that this morning. I missed the LMT trade, but LMT got wrecked because of BA winning the contract for the 6th generation fighter jet versus Lockheed. So their stock plummeted like $40 out of nowhere. And there's a ton of money sitting at 460.
I wrote you Google, guys. I wrote you the Google trade. 51. No. Let's see.
Well,
if you want to be on the safe side, you can wait for the 150, 150. You know, just because it's round numbers and we're going to clear the 9 EMA.
Any 106 print on NVIDIA, I'm going to take a little bit off again. I'm looking for 164 on AVGO. I can't go barefoot just yet, but I like this change of character, break of structure here now on NVIDIA. We should take off. Pre-market high in the after was 107.50. So if we get anywhere near that, then that's I want to call it my target, but I just don't know if we have enough momentum.
Give another dollar for NVIDIA to take another partial. I'm watching the levels from the pre.
Looks like 106.20. You know,
even 70. I see that there was something on the pre-market and okay, Tesla, good. I think my average is, what's my average? 146. So we are almost 6 points in the money, and I didn't take any partial yet.
Wow, nice.
Just no, it's looking good. Even Nvidia, look, your Nvidia just starting
Yeah.
to move. Yeah. I'm not in Google. I'm still watching it. It broke like the bid, but not the ask. So I think I see the print 150, 156. So, but still, it's looking good. I just don't want to see it breaking the VWAP.
You know, right when I said Meta's getting wrecked, it was down at like 555 maybe. It's now at 565.
Mhm.
Okay, I have to take a little bit off of Nvidia. Now I don't care about the rest. I can literally move my stop and to break even. I'm gonna do the same on Tesla. I know you're in it to win it, Amir. But I'm taking a little more off.
No,
my
no, no,
Tesla
no.
position
I'm
in a
not.
moment.
I'm not. It's not that I'm. I like Scott said, to put money in the bank. But I'm watching it, and you know what? If it's breaking 250.50, I'm gonna take a partial. But I'm just seeing the volume increase, and this is the money time.
Hey, your AMD position would be crushing it right now.
Ah, yeah. Wow, it's beautiful, huh?
Yeah,
It's like a
nice
picture, put
breakout.
it under your pillow, so it's coming to your mind every night, huh? This kind of charts.
I don't trust this bounce. That's the problem. Like at what point are you going to have sellers step in, or I think the beginning of the breakdown today could have been shorts covering because they saw, like, let's use the SPY for example under 548. If there were shorts that it came in Friday, they're likely going to cover there just to see if they could get that extra point or two. And once you see shorts covering, you'll probably see buyers step in at that key level. So I just don't know how long we hold it. That's why I'm obeying my own rule. Number one is pay yourself first.
Guys, Google 151.70 and 50 cents stop. I'm gonna write you. This is the trigger.
Ed, I just saw your comment. Nice, Jeff.
Come
Ed
on,
and Ticker.
MLGO, come down to 20 so I can take you long for a few points here. Either that or over 23 if we get this bounce now. We just bounced off the VWAP here, MLGO.
Liberation Day, as it's called. The question is going to be, is that good for markets or bad for markets? And we will find out. Pretty short order.
151.70. Yeah, Rick. Exactly here. We have 3 bars there. If we break it, yeah, I want to short it. Yeah. Let's not participate in that celebration. And it didn't even succeed to break the low. It got support. Look at the pre-market. We got almost to the low of the pre-market level, more like, and rejected. And yeah. Ed, for your comments, you just need to trade the trade that you feel comfortable and you know what to do in any day. Then you can get to the freedom.
Nice,
Yeah.
Darren. It's nice when the phone calls work out. Not so much when they don't. I've been on phone calls before where turn and look at my screen, I'm down a couple $1,000 because I didn't put a stop in place.
Yeah, I've been there. Been on both sides of that.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
I have a good statistic, Scott, on the times when suddenly the electricity broke down, which is rarely, but I think 80+% it was in my favor.
Yeah.
Really, just in my favor. Okay, I took the partial in Tesla. Stop is now still, I'm holding it under the VWAP. I just want to see. Okay, Google is in.
Perfect day to be a trader. You know, like we shorted the open, made some money. As soon as I saw some resistance, we came back through. We got rid of those short positions. We went long, and now we're making money on the way up. Like I might even be looking for shorts at some point today again, but we'll see. Like right now,
It's not easy, you know. It's very difficult when you change your mind, you know. It's really difficult. It's like when you say it, it sounds like a walk in the park, but you know,
yeah.
you need a really resilient mindset, you know, to adjust and see the knowledge and decide.
You know, Amir, it is a very serious business. What we're doing, because you're not kidding. It is difficult to do that.
I know, really. Sometimes not sometimes, it happens. You know, you just cut your trades and move other side because you're thinking that you're smarter than, and then, you know, yeah, happen.
It's easy to get whipsawed that way too, right? Where you
Of course, and then
Yeah.
you start to be on the tilt, you know. You
Yeah.
try because you got out of the trade that was still okay, and then, yeah.
Yeah, admittedly, like there's so many things I'm trying to improve, you know, because I journal quite a bit and look at my trades, every trade that I take. And you know, one of the big ones was like, hey, let your winners grow, let your winners grow, let your winners grow. The trouble is like I don't really, in many cases, I won't hold a trade for, let's say, the entire day or into the next day. Not always. Like unless basically in my mind I classify it as a swing trade at that point. But I'm usually intraday, within minutes, hours maximum. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, of
so I'm
course,
trying to get better
It's,
at
it's,
optimizing.
it's
Go ahead.
pretty rare for me to hold it for the next day, unless it was really, you know, finish on the high, you know, 15% of the day or something like this, you know, of the range. But I found a good solution, you know, for the let it go. As it's established, you just move different time frame. You know, 15, raise your stop, and even if it's the second part, raise to 30 minutes. That's it. Put hard
Well
stop, and I'm not controlling it, you know. That's
said. Can you
okay.
repeat that for our listeners? Because that was very like perfectly said for kind of switching gears there and letting it grow. Like how are you going about
Time
doing that?
frame. Time frame is the key, guys. Time frame. And it's relevant to every trade almost. Even from right now, like we are 45 minutes, you see some formation, looks amazing. Try to scale it in different time frame because sometimes you could see it maybe, I don't know if you watch 1 or 2 minutes, but at 5 minutes, it's not cook. So definitely the more the time frame is bigger, you need to relate to that. And if it's not, you just don't. You need to have a set of rules. And in an hour or so, you start moving even to 15 minutes. The quality of trades, the more the time frame is bigger, is amazing. Amazing, really. Like, for example, right now, Google looks like a nice bear flag on 2 minutes. And even in 5 minutes, if you watch it, like, we have a nice candle finishing in a minute and a half, really loaded of sellers, really on the bottom part. And if it's going to break 50, which right now it did, yeah, I want to see it now. It broke it. Look at the spread in Google, DVG. Cent. What's going on? Cent.
Yeah.
Not a lot of
100.
volume either though today in it.
Yeah.
Normally you're getting 21 million. I suppose they got 6 million right now, but guys, this is why I'm a little worried about the downside move. I'm about to get stopped out on my Nvidia runners. And we were paying ourselves on the way up.
I'm not familiar so much with Google. Don't trade it so much. So
So this is the concern I have now is
Scott,
is
just
this
a
SPY
second.
gonna
Scott, look at the MLGO 2270, 70 cents. I'm not going to take it full amount because I'm afraid it's going to be a trap at 2270. Stop under 22.
And at
Uh,
23, maybe, yeah.
got if this is the bounce, this is, but I'm not taking full position because, and I'm putting a hard stop. Yeah.
I'll wait
Sorry,
for
DVG.
23. I'll join you at
Okay.
23. Okay.
Okay. Sorry, DVG.
No, it's all right. I was just saying that the rollover is real. I'm still in the NVIDIA position for now, but if we break underneath 104.39, I'm done with that trade. So that'll be my runners. But I am watching right now the Qs and the SPY, and the question I have is, one of them has to prevail for markets to continue higher. You would ideally want the SPY to be gaining strength because you got 500 names versus 100 names in the NASDAQ or the Qs. However, the SPY was weaker this morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that to me could be a red flag. AVGO, luckily we took some off all of our long positions. Can we move higher? Sure. But I'm now starting to think of loading up some put options again on the Qs, way out of the money. We're talking 455 strikes. Let's see how much those cost. 452. We'd have to really break. That's a one-way trip right there. Wouldn't be able to afford to hold those for more than 30 minutes if we don't move straight down.
Ed, you're saying tons of quotes, and you know what? If you're gonna follow your quotes, you're gonna be poor, not rich. You know, we need to trade. And now it's you to decide. You know, if you want to trade, first 2 hours, get the freedom, and sometimes come back to another 2 hours. I enjoy trading, really. I'm not trading 2 hours a day, but I like it. And the more you find the right and the beautiful trades and formation, you're gonna get to be the things that you wrote. But if you want to be rich, you're gonna think about money, and believe me, 100% you're not gonna get it. So
It's a different paradigm too. Like I'm always trying to stay informed. I try to do my best to take time, but it is true. Like if you spend 8 hours a day doing this, you'll be a better trader. If you spend 12 hours, you'll be even that much better of a trader.
at the
Spend
beginning,
16 hours.
definitely,
And
at the
you
beginning,
got to
you
put in the
need.
work, But
Yeah, you
at
need.
some point, what is liberating about this profession is that if you let's just say, again, it doesn't take much to make 100 grand a year doing in this business. 200 grand is where you start getting a little bit, start asking some questions. But by the time you're like making 3 to 500K consistently a year, this is a great business. But you find that you actually, at least for me anyway, my ear is always on. I'm not going to say news as in like your favorite broadcast. I'm talking about like actual world, whether it's around acquisitions, whether it's around looking at Forex markets. Like I'm constantly watching that kind of stuff.
I'm
And it's
not.
just because I'm curious. Yeah, I get it.
I'm not. I'm right. I'm reading and everything, but you know, in my time, I'm starting in the afternoon. So morning, nothing. Don't care. I'm the beach. That's it. No
Nice.
phone next to me. Piss off my wife, but I told her nothing can happen. If something happen, find me on the beach. That's it.
Barefoot.
Barefoot, almost naked. Yeah. So that's it. We need to do but I like trading. Like to watch charts. I really enjoy it. Really.
Get taken out here on NVIDIA. Wah, wah.
Yeah, no trade for me on MLGO. We're going to find out what goes on here, though. I'm interested to get into it for a bigger ride higher, maybe a little bit later in the morning, but we're still fine right now.
If it's gonna hold the 22 area, you know, definitely it's gonna be okay. But MLGO, what's the volume? Google. Google did like 30 cents. Pathetic, really. Um,
Watch out. Big order block coming in. Is this a buy order or a sell order? I
both
think
of
it's
them
a
on the
sell.
view up, huh? Both of them on the view up.
Guys, be careful. Qs are getting heavy. SPY's about to break the view up. We could be seeing a really big move. Tesla got to stop me out here on my runners. We already got stopped out of NVIDIA. We just got stopped out of AVGO. I think it's maybe we're going a little bit lower.
To see. I'm watching even Intel. You know what the trade I had in Intel? You're not gonna believe. On Friday, $6 stop towards noon. 6 cent stop, Scott.
That's crazy.
6, and it did more than a point. 6 cents. I don't remember the last time. You know, it's used to be in the past, but now you know with the algo, it's really impossible to get a really small stop.
Uh-oh. Guys, what's going on with the Qs here? What in the world was that? Four minutes. Monday reversal maybe to the downside, guys. Be very, very careful here. I'm seeing a lot of action hit that tape.
Watch hood. Come on, MLGO. Get under 20. I'll take you.
Under
After Amir gets
20,
out.
under 20, Scott, we have to forget. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna tell you. Yeah, it's look at this. It starts to do a lot of lower high. Yeah. If it's hold here, it's gonna be.
Here comes the break on the Qs now. I'm surprised though. Every time there's a big order block that's hitting the Qs, it's getting bought. Coin is looking terrible now. NVIDIA at session lows. Tesla maybe finding some new buyers, but I don't know. We've got Dallas Fed manufacturing here in 2 minutes. And then we've got the 6 and 3 month bill auction at 11:30. And then grain stock reporting, which for those of you guys who trade commodities, that'll be important. So 2 minutes for the Dallas Fed manufacturing data. I always wonder, like, is that always an excuse for the bulls to just buy? This time it might be an excuse for them to sell, though. Yikes. Did you guys trade the IPO last week? CoreWeave?
I traded it today with a losing trade.
Mm.
But no, I did not. It was Friday.
Oh, yeah.
They have a different name now, DVG. It's called how did I used to call it? Let me remind.
There's our entry on MLGO at 23. Now we're looking for a point. I'm looking for a point up to 24. We'll see if we can get it. Stop loss will be under 2150.
Yeah, I'm going to join you. I'm going to join you here, like 2260.
Here we go. See if this does anything to markets.
CNH. CNH. CNH.
Minus 16.3 versus minus 8.3 prior. I'm not sure why that would be the case, is why markets would want to bounce higher, but
Hope.
I'll be patient. I don't think that's good. Minus 16.3 versus minus 8.3 prior. How is that a good thing? I don't know. Is it just bad programming in the algos, or is this just...
Okay, what I'm doing is Google. I'm lowering my stop from 52.20 to above the round number 52. So I'm reducing it from 50 to 30 cents. It's not doing nothing, basically. It's like 30 cents in the money.
Well, it feels like the Bulls are not done fighting when I'm looking at the SPY, but I don't know. That's not a good print.
The SPY looks better than the Q broke the
Yeah.
V up and bounce, but the SPY just support the V up.
Yep.
Yeah, but we need to see it above 552, Then we're aiming to close the gap. Oh,
Yeah.
this is a good bar. This is a good bar. 22, 80, messenger, NGO.
Yeah, the SPY definitely looks like it's getting stronger here for sure. Man.
Google, I'm reducing half at the entry and I have half stop, 52, like a little bit less stop. Yeah, it's not doing what I'm expecting. Not patient for that.
So any news is good news, I guess, because we're at certain levels.
CNH.
Yeah, the SPY looks like it's about to break out any moment. Getting close to session highs. I don't know. I still don't really trust it, but we are at big levels to try to save the bottom from falling out. So I won't hang on to these put options on the Qs much longer. Oh, that's gross. Well,
Wow, wow. What in golfing, huh?
yep. That looks like we are about to rip.
Yep.
It's not in golfing, it's the entire golf course. Wow, that's beautiful.
How about MSTR here and all? Looks good.
Coiner, MSTR, yeah. Same.
Dow trying to poke its head into green territory. I like Court too for a short. I do. You know, right here, 102, add under 100. It's just kind of slow and melting upwards, though, would be cautionary for me.
Here goes the SPY, new session high. It's trying to breach the pre-market high, which is very, very close. Now we got the Qs change of structure here.
I'm watching that stock, CLH. I don't see a lot of range, but it looking good. Let's see, 3580. I don't like so much the risk reward. No.
Oh man, if we reject right here and take out those session lows, that's gonna be really gross. Oh man.
DVG, don't fight at the market, DVG.
No, I'm saying like we just put in that like we you know, change of structure was imminent on both the SPY and the Qs, and then we literally just got above it and then got completely stopped.
What's your input on mRNA? Look at the
Mark.
mRNA. Yeah.
Garbage at this point. I don't have to pull a trade. I had a swing trade on that, and
I
then
know. I
literally
remember.
yeah, they called out and said something to the effect of like we're pulling the funding, and I got to see it whipsaw around. I'm like, yeah, you know what? It's fine. I'll just walk away from that. I don't want to be in a commotion type stock. Oh yeah, session lows coming. Yeah, I think so. MSTR. Let's look at that one. 288.
What's the biggest sector right now? XLP. Consumer staples.
Consumer staples. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
people need toilet paper and all that kind of stuff, right? So
Everybody needs. What can I say? Yeah.
287.50 short MSTR. If it comes to me.
Look for small cap gap. The IWM new high. I don't have any small cap.
Yay, we have a small position in MSTR now.
Big yes. CLWV, let's see.
I barely still have these put options on the Qs, y'all. Watching the 200 EMA, watch to see if we should change a character, just getting ready to click,
WTG.
and then saw this rejection. So let's see if we take out the session lows. Yeah, Celsius got some kind of like upgrade this morning, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Which one?
Celsius,
CLH?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I saw the reversal, but I don't see. It's not enough, good rewards for me.
Yeah, Court does nothing but go up now with very low volume, so probably stay away from that. Watch the VWAP MLGO.
MU.
Big red stripe incoming. I'll add the MSTR into 287. Might even take coin. The 160 puts are $3.50. What? On coin? Yikes. You know, if you sold premium on names like MSTR and coin, you can make a fortune doing that. All right, I'm convinced we're going to break the new session low on the Qs. Sorry, Bulls. Let's see. Tesla. Tesla's too hard to short today. I do like Meta, though. Maybe in this 563 area, if we get up there.
Come on, come on.
No MSTR, no. Yeah, I think what we're going to be starting to hear more of is that they're willing to let markets crash to force the Fed to cut rates, and it's because you've got way more money sitting in commercial real estate right now than you do in equities.
Okay.
So if we tank markets, it'll force the hand of the Fed, considering right now financial and fiscal policy is separate. So you tank the markets, you force the Fed to cut rates, make money cheap again, and get a rally going. Anyway. I'll add MSTR into 287. Here it comes. And put options on the Qs. If we break 460, I'll add more. No trade on Meta. Watching financials as well.
MLGO, I'm still holding on to it here. Again, I got a small share size at 23. I'll give it 10 cents here. I'm out of the trade. It's a 2-point loss. You like Court now? Starting to run over.
Okay, getting ready to add the Q put options here if we break 460. As long as we hold that, I can. NVIDIA now barely hanging on to 104. MSTR target's going to be, I don't know, 278 maybe.
QQQ.
I am bearish right now, so I'm not taking any long positions right now. Until we bounce and move over the 200, change your character. So I'm like watching the Qs, for example, over 462, then I might get bullish for wherever the price might be on Tesla at that point. Then that way you're breaking structure and character on the Qs, and SPY is kind of in that same spot. So if we get above that, then I might change my tune a bit. But as soon as we try to get above that, there were sellers waiting right there.
Even though the engulfing looks pretty dominant, you know,
Yeah,
in
it
the
totally
SPY.
does.
Yeah, and I'm seeing what's happened, you know, in the SPYs. I have kind of trade waiting for, I'm not posting it, for more to the long side, including even the TQQQ. But definitely we need to wait. I'm waiting. I'm not. Even MU, I'm watching. I have some trigger there. It was beaten and it got, if you see on the daily, got to a nice low of the range there, almost. And
Yeah, we break 460 again. It's session lows. That's where my head's at. But it's hard to deny the SPY looks great. You know, technically, if you cut off the first dip from this morning, it's a higher high, higher low. With
yeah,
conviction off the VWAP, you could argue it's starting to look the same for the Qs. My only concern is you continue to look left at downtrend. You're kind of still in that pocket. And just like that, one candle later. Maybe it is time to get bullish. We'll see.
475. 475. 475. Okay, these are the trades that I'm waiting. Tesla 248.30, a dollar stop, and the TQQQ 54.75, 60 cents. MU also, I'm watching it. Let's see. 85.70.
Yeah, I think MLGO for the most part is just done, right?
Yeah, I told you earlier. Yeah, that's done. That's done. What you can do, it's in the beginning. Then the vicious shorts come in and just nail it. Now it's under the VWAP, so it's, and also MU. So I have three triggers. I'm watching. I want to see the market first breaking the high. So we got a spike to the high, but we didn't break. So stress life, it's gonna break the 248.30. Maybe we can get to the previous high.
Well, believe it or not, all of that today, and I've got a red day going on a Monday. I know I'm probably the odd one out today, but you know, it is what it is.
I'm giving back some for sure right now on this Q puts, but down like $600 on that, but that's all right. Green day, no less.
כן, זה נורא יפה, שהאף שלי. אם אני אצטרך להקיא, אני אגיד לך. Yeah, my nose is almost full and but it's nothing, really. Tesla is pretty close.
There's that decision right there. They just
Not
made
yet.
it.
Not yet.
Well, no,
Not yet. Not
there's
yet.
a big dark pool that just got snapped up, and now I'm worried about the downside move here. We might get an upward push and then come back down later. So I'll wait, but not much longer, guys. Taking a little bit of an L on these put options if this continues.
Guys, why are you so obsessed with the court? Yeah, look at the range of courts. Look at the range of other stocks. So, okay, court. 85%, but basically nothing today. So, don't waste your energy. Don't be captured by something that you think might be, and okay, Tesla is in. Waiting for MU and TQQQ. Okay, went. You know what is went? It's called past simple. So what? Yeah, went. Okay.
Barely hanging on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pathetic breakout in the SPY, huh?
Well, both, yeah, and the Qs.
Traders, I'll
Like,
be
I'm-
right back. Just give me a
I
moment.
might give it to a little over 462, but the problem is like these expire tomorrow, so it's going to be decay immediately if we don't go directionally in my favor, which is down. So the one thing about these, when you understand the Greeks on options, and again, if you're new to trading, I don't recommend just jumping into options right away, but I need to see a downward move ASAP because, like, as an example, this one candle, now I'm down 273, 383, 373, 273. Like, it's moving fractions of a cent. Now I'm down 273. But as soon as we break 260, there's a good chance I'll be up like $500. So we'll be patient. We'll wait. But that's the trouble with these options, especially when they're in such short time frame.
In 15 minutes, the market doesn't look good. Not looking good. But the candle is not done, and yeah, we need to get out of this range.
Yeah. To the downside, you mean?
Or to the upside.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
one of us is going to be right for sure in the next.
no, I don't have to be right. I don't have to be right. Like somebody wrote here that is watching, the quote, and he wants to see if he's correct. We don't have to be correct. We have to be, smart. Like we have to see the levels. Like for example, I don't know if you shorted quotes. If you shorted, so your stop is the high of the day for sure, and you can get a bigger stop because the ATR of the stock is like how much the ATR? I already forgot. It's like 6 points. So
Gross. It's
okay,
hard to be a bear in this
Tesla.
market.
Okay, Tesla. Tesla is like 80 cents. Yeah, but yeah, we're not taking Tesla for 80 cents if I have a dollar stop. I want at least 3, 4, at least. Okay, TQQQ looking good. And MU is not there, but it's be close to the trigger. So everything looks good. You know, you just need to be patient today, much more than usual. That's for sure. Don't switch decision, you know. What I like to do is just put lines. If it's breaking one line or the other one, I can refer to that. Except that, waste of time, waste of, words. Taking a partial 249. Uh, if you are doing one-to-one, it's fine. It's definitely fine. You know, you need, each one need a strategy. You need to something to follow. You just can't, I'm giving triggers, but I have my system, each one has a system. And I think that if we are cleaning the 249.30, which is this candle right now, we have the high of the day. It's like 252, and it's not even the high of the pre-market. So if the market will make a decision, I think it's totally fine.
MSTR. Unbelievable. Not going to hold it much longer. Even a small size, then I added even, some, but it wasn't a big size. It's still painful to see two, almost 3 points now. I need the Qs to fail now.
Didi, I don't watch the 20 on the intraday. Only chart I have is the VWAP, and I'm pretty addicted to the 9 EMA. Like to scalp according to it. I like to, yeah. That's the only thing I'm watching. So, for example, the bars that we got into Tesla, both of them were sitting on the 9 when support was the VWAP under. TQQQ sitting pretty nicely on the 9 EMA, and MU also on the 9 EMA, which kind of show more strength, It's not going even to the VWAP. On daily, I'm watching the 20, the 20, the 50, the 200. It doesn't mean that that's the right things to do, but for me, it's good, the combination between VWAP and 9 give me good observation on the trade, when it develop, when it move nicely. What
Amir, I'm going
other?
to step away here for a bit. I just got the short position now on the Qs. I'm willing to switch gears a little bit later today, but maybe we're in a channel and just chop around a little bit today.
Not maybe.
Again.
We are.
Yeah. So I'm going to take off here for a bit. I'll do what I can to come back maybe around noon or so. But trade safe, y'all. If I don't come back at noon, I'm sure I will. But if I don't,
Thank you.
I'll see you guys. Cheers. We'll see you at the open tomorrow. God bless.
Ciao.
Thanks, Amir.
Didi, what are the other things that you have on your chart except the 20? You're using, I'm assuming, the exponential, correct? Only trade I'm in right now, it's Tesla. Waiting TQQQ. Yeah, you a little bit broke the stop, but if it's gonna go back, the same trigger, the same stop. You have the V up. 920, 50, 200. Okay. You use all of them? Like, yes, okay. It's not too much info on your chart. Did you try, for example, some charts do like this, some maybe use less just to see, you know, maybe all the time we need to fresh, the view or whatever. I don't know. It's give me out of lots of trades. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah. I'm just curious. I'm asking you, but everybody can answer. Uh, from from trigger that you see that looks amazing, whatever. Let's say if you have 6 trigger like this, how many really you got in? Like, what is your ratio if you know it? Okay, I'm also in, except Tesla, I'm also in TQQQ. Hood. Yeah, you know what? It's a good time to watch Hood. Like, okay, Mark, if it's gonna get to 4065, you bought it at 4065? If you bought it, then you had, wow, 20-cent stop. Yeah, I think it was a good point. Yeah, waited for the retest and definitely nice. If you're there, yes. Examine it, Didi. Don't just decide. Put one chart and see if you see it better. Okay, Tesla is starting to looks nice. Dollar 50, 40. Um, I want to see the 252. That's the previous high. If it's gonna reject it, definitely I'm gonna take some profit there. The TQQQ nothing. Still around entry. Few cents under. I have DG 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 17 charts. But I'm using watch lists. Like for example, it's like it's like a warrior station. So I have a watch list of the sector, for example, and I can see immediately. Give me a second. I'm with you, sorry. And so if I can see, I can click immediately. I have typical stocks of each sector, so I can actually relate. Like for example, I see now the energy suddenly it's 1.5%. It's the almost the biggest one. I can immediately go and see that COP, it's the stronger. You can see the chart of COP, stronger there, nothing really to do. Then I see EOG, but very low volume. I see Oxy, pretty strong today, good volume. XOM. So that's the way kind of I'm managing it. If you have any questions, I'm going to be here like another 5 minutes. So feel free. Like your question. Yeah. Guys, thank you very much. I'm done, uh, at least right now. If you have more questions, since I'm not here, this is my mail, so you can actually write me questions. Uh, if you don't see something and you trade from the opening, take a break. Break is good. Even if you are green or red, definitely it's good. Okay? So, ciao.
Well, well, well. Good afternoon, 44 Trade Nation. How we doing? You guys hear me okay? Quick little sound check. I see Dee Dee made a comment about an hour or so ago. We're back. What's up, Mark? How you doing? Yeah, they sure did show up, didn't they? No, you know what though? Look, I'm actually watching this 465 level on the Qs. I keep reverting back to the ETFs because frankly, for me, it rounds off the edges. Is there opportunity in these other names? For sure. You know, I was watching Meta and just was reluctant to go long on Meta, and talk about a missed opportunity. I was watching it at like 555. It's now at 572. Unbelievable. We know 577 is a huge level for Meta. Tesla, what a big move. Trouble is though, look at that. A 2% move at any given time can happen in a name like Tesla. So again, I'd call it a trader's heaven, you know what I mean? Where you can come in, make a point or two or three, and then get out. So all that's, I'd say, good. All that to say, you know, I'm keeping an eye on the Qs. I'm actually looking at the prices of these put options. We got ran over a little earlier, you know, gave back a few $100. It is what it is. We're still green on the day. I'm not complaining, but I got a feeling a big sell is coming. And I don't want to be that guy, that person, because we are seeing markets kind of rally a little bit, but we saw this happen already before. And this could be, you know, all things considered, a dead cat bounce. You figure in a day, just today alone, from lows to highs, we made up a little over 1.5%, but we're still red on the day. So is this the little run up? Because people, if you look at the pre-market, so you have after hours, which continue the selling. Pre-market really dumped, right? So went from, 467, we'll call it, on the Qs down to 463. So, 1% move in a blink of an eye once, we'll call it the pre-market opened. And that's somewhat concerning. Obviously, Nikkei was down, DAX was down, I think 4% and 2% respectively. So the momentum is still pulling funds from markets. Now, is this an opportunity? Maybe. And I say maybe, I'm thinking more of on the investment side of the house, where people are trying to buy this dip, gain some exposure. I've been watching the XLF like a hawk the last week or so, and it is interesting. There's two sectors that we really don't want to see aim lower, and that's tech and financials. And we're seeing financials get beat up a little bit, but we also have earnings coming up for some of these names. Let me pull up this real quick. April 11th for JP Morgan, for example. But let's pull this up here. Like breaking this level today, not surprising that we're trying to defend it. So if you look back on, March 10th, 11th, and 13th is when we put in these levels. Before that, we're talking like September. And I'm actually going to pull up a messy chart, but hopefully it proves to be helpful for you guys. So give me just a moment. Where am I? Can I go here? One second. And we're going to get a couple trades on here, guys. Don't worry. Just give me 1 sec. Get rid of that. Share the screen. Can you guys see that? I think the flush comes tomorrow. You're probably right, Mark. On an April Fool's Day, too, it'd be kind of funny. Silly senses of humor. But there is an old saying, stay away in May. I don't know if you guys have heard that, but it's common in markets. So here's the thing. You have cyclical things, you've got tariffs, you've got uncertainty, and what I have here, if you see this big red box up here on the Qs, and you can do the same thing for the SPY, I'm gonna call this the Trump pump. And it was literally during the election. So I actually put it here, election, Trump pump, all above on the SPY, which is why I was really, really curious to see what's happening in the SPY, because the SPY was way weaker this morning than the Qs, and then that flipped in the middle of the day. Now you got to remember, the SPY has 500 names, the Qs have 100 names, which are predominant tech names. Obviously, you have tech in the SPY as well. So if tech is moving higher, SPY will reflect that. But more importantly, look at Walmart, Costco, TJ Maxx. Like they're trying to focus some of this attention on what was beaten down, which are this consumer discretionary. I think with a big one that's been ignored though is energy. You look at energy just collectively, it's moving higher. You've got the price of oil that's starting to rise, which means, guess what? We're going to pay at the pump, right? And then if you look at the names in the space, they're also performing very, very, very well. Arguably better than anything else out there. And I think a lot of that has to do, obviously, with tensions in Russia, et cetera. But something that I think is kind of fascinating or interesting to watch is what is liquid natural gas going to do if, let's say, there is additional tension in Russia, who supplies literally, it's like, I think it's north of 80% of all liquid natural gas comes from Russia into Europe. And so if we end up having to backstop that, say we as in the United States, that could be interesting. I think that's a big push for Greenland as well, because it becomes a centralized area to port and dock these big LNG ships. I don't know if you guys have ever seen one before, but they're freaking massive. They've got these like beluga whale bumps on the front. But anyway, that could harden the trade relationship that we have with Europe through liquid natural gas, because if we take on even 50% of that, 30% of that, that's a huge uptick, which will require more production here in the US. And names like Cheniere are going to benefit from stuff like that. Now, granted, this is all, cue the disclaimer, not financial advice. It's not to be taken as such. It's just an opinion, okay? But these are the kind of things that I've been looking at, thinking about, and why, right? When we do pre-market stuff, typically everybody's like, hey, let's get the party started. What are we trading? But these are the kind of things, like for me, I like to take a moment at least to share the thought process. And obviously you're entitled to have your own thoughts, right? But it would be remiss to ignore these other sectors. It's so easy to get caught up in names like NVIDIA, because we know that A, it's liquid, B, there's a lot of people trading it, C, well, we all kind of like NVIDIA, I would say, for the most part, arguably. And just if you look at the indices that support that, like look at SMH. Do you really want to buy that? I mean, maybe if you want to buy the dip, SOX, same thing, right? Like these are, you got to start here. I always say, look at your heat map first, figure out what's going on. Where's money moving? So we see where the red's happening, right? No big surprise. But look, when you see utilities getting love, that's usually that's a defensive play. And I don't mean military defensive. I mean defensive for your portfolio. And keep in mind, a lot of these names reside in the S&P, not so much the Qs, right? Like there are some that are in those Qs, but not as many. Healthcare, another example, right? So these are the kind of things that when I'm looking at a heat map every day or every week or every month or even on the year, right? Like it's important to note, hey, like what is it done like here? Performance year to date. Let's look at that. Get rid of the zeros. Like you tell me, I'll get even rid of the 2%. Look where the money's moving. NVIDIA down year to date, 22%. Apple down 11%. Down 12%. Microsoft. Meta down 3%. Costco's up 2.7%. Energy. Look at this. Oil specifically. Up 10, 15%. Healthcare. Do you see what I mean? So like it's important to not just have a moment in time outlook, which yes, as traders, that is important. But like Tesla down 35%. I mean, obviously we can see that because we're trading Tesla pretty commonly, but like, why is Starbucks up 6.6%, right? Why is McDonald's up 6%? Well, this should tell you kind of what people are anticipating. Airbnb down almost 11%. So, okay, what is that? What is, if you're into travel, let's just say, as an investment strategy, what other names are in that sector? You can think of names like Marriott, Hilton, right here. Marriott's actually right here, so down 16%. So, all that to say is, look, it doesn't mean you go in there and short it, but it means that if you think there's going to be a rotation to favor the consumer, then here's an opportunity to buy the dip on some of these names, right? Potentially. Knock on wood, again, not financial advice, just an opinion. But this is why, like, you know, when we have a conversation on a daily basis, hopefully many of you, and I know many of you do, you're doing your own homework and you're figuring out, like, well, I think Vincent, you've been watching energy, oil specifically, for a while. But like, it's okay to look at it on a daily basis because that's what we're typically trading, right? As day traders and intraday traders. But it's also important to look at the more macro level of things and then identify which indexes are in that segment. So from that, I always say, like, hey, you could start here, get a view of the world, we'll say, from a heat map, then find an index that's associated to that, right? So whether it's, around consumer staples, XLP, whether it's around, your communications, which technically include names like Meta, et cetera, whether it's around just tech, right? I mean, these are the kind of things, like, looking at this chart, does this give you the warm and fuzzies? Not really, right? Now, granted, if you look left, maybe even less so. Like, if you're going to buy this dip, you're trying to aim for at least this level 206, so 3 more points, let's say, on the XLK, right? Because you want to see if this is going to prove to be additional resistance. If it does, that becomes a ceiling, just as an example, right? If you run up into this and then reject it, well, there's a good chance you're probably going lower. Now, if you hit there and you do something like this, and then, hold on. If I could draw, give me a second. If you go like this, and then like that, okay, well, then maybe you're onto something, right? So anyway, I think my biggest fear right now is the kind of two ways of looking at markets. There's this blissful world that we've had, I'd say, since like 2018. And I hate to say blissful world because obviously we had COVID in 2019, but buying the dip is like been programmed into traders, and especially a lot of newer traders, because you came in, or probably around that time. I would argue that markets got more liquidity from retail traders in the last 6-7 years, probably, than ever. And it's amazing that people are getting educated on this stuff. The trouble is, though, is at some point you got to remember you're dealing with an unfair group of individuals. And I say that because they're selling, someone else is buying. Where do you think they're going to be waiting to sell even more? Or are they going to sell more? Like, huge pump, dump. Luckily for us, we were watching a Wyckoff distribution. We had our initial distribution. You get a bounce, and then you get real markdown. This, by the way, what happened on Friday, that's what markdown looks like. Just like that. I mean, you could argue this kind of looks like it too on the left here, but we were running into a level of consolidation, right? Which is why we were bouncing. But now you're looking at markdown. So if you get 3 more days that look like that, I wouldn't be surprised. And I'm not saying days. And it just so happens it coincides with tariffs. So you're kind of like, for me at least, when I'm looking at it from a technical lens, I'm like, oh man, this could be additional problematic for my positions. Now, again, at least I like to think, we're chasing points, right? Make a point here, make 2 points there, make 3 points there, make 10 points there, whatever it is, right? So I encourage, if you are going counter trend, in other words, like right now, let's just zoom in here on the cues. We are in a downtrend. Don't believe me? Zoom out even further. We are in a downtrend. So going long right now is counter trend, which means pay yourself first. You get your points, pay it. Get if you start to get a breakout, like right now, Tesla just popped over 255, got to 256. there's people waiting to get out there. We know 257 and change is a level. Someone was asking me about that earlier. Why would you say that? Well, let's go to a weekly. Okay, back out on an annual basis. So we'll just go to, what are we in, March? Cool, March. April, no. Sure, good enough. So that's January. Here's Feb, March. So there's the top, there's the bottom. How about that? I already have that level marked. Who knew? So, and we're there right now. 262 is where I, look at the reason people are asking why 262. This is on a weekly. I could drill that down even further in a 5-minute, 15-minute, 30-minute, whatever. And 262, like, here's another way of looking at it too. Oops, wrong one. 262. Do you see this huge volume in there? Let me just, here. So from this level to like right here is where we're going to have a ton of volume from a buy side. That's the yellow. So that's a cumulative sum. So anyway, I share this with you guys because, hopefully it helps. Hopefully just maybe help, change the perspective a little bit. Like right now, I'm actually very, I'm happy with taking probably some 460 puts that expire maybe on the 2nd. Let me actually look at those and what they cost. 1 second. I might take those right now. They're $350. I'd have to be willing to hold them, and they're super expensive because of the volatility, and they will definitely go against me if it doesn't work out here. But let me look a little further down. Let's look at the 450s. They're $1 if I were to hold them. So I might grab 10 of those and risk $1,100. In fact, let me get those now. One second, y'all. See if I can get a better deal on them. And they're $1.06 right now. That's pretty good. It'd be like $1,070 for downside, but it's down at 450. So I mean, obviously, it's got to dump pretty quick. But if we start rallying over this 46574, which coincides now with this 200 EMA right here, I'll probably dump it because that means I'll probably lose maybe $800. I mean, just because the theta decay will kick in so quickly, and there's a bit of premium built into that, considering we're off by 13 points right now. So let's see, they're at $1.03, $1.02 now. I'll keep an eye on that. Is NVIDIA buy at 106? MD's asking. Hey man, not financial advice. But it's NVIDIA. It's a good company. My concern is all these tariffs. Think about every name that's exposed to tariffs. NVIDIA is a big one, right? So if TSM, and everybody's excited about them building a foundry in Arizona, which is great because that'll bring it onshore and won't be subject to all these tariffs because it's all built in the US, right? In theory, they're still going to have to import stuff likely. Number one. Number two, they talked about it now for 2 years. It's going to take another 2 years to build it, maybe 3. So how long is this going to take to build before we even, like, what's going to happen with tariffs, et cetera, in the meantime? Well, this could be an interesting hedge in the sector because we know NVIDIA right now is not going to be bringing stuff onshore anytime soon. And if they do, when? So if, I don't know, if NVIDIA gets down to like $90, I'll probably add it to my portfolio. Maybe even less than that, $80, 88. So is it a good deal here to own long-term? Question mark. Again, it's not financial advice. Do what you want. It's your money. As for a trade, we bonked that level numerous times all day today. 106, 106, 106, 106, 106, 106 rejection. So I don't know. I tried earlier and we got up to like right here and I'm like, that's good enough. So, and then we got taken out on our runners like down here somewhere. But So yeah, MD, I don't know how to answer the question other than like right now as a trade, you probably have way other options that are available to you right now. And like we're seeing a little bit of a pullback right now in the tech names, no surprise. I'm still watching the Qs here. I'd like to get them for $1. That'd be cool, but I don't know if I'm gonna get it. Because then it's just around $1,000 that if we do decide to crash, you know, maybe I double my money, make a grand. Let's see. Let's look at what's happening with MasterCard and Visa. What's Boeing doing? Let's look at this. I'm actually kind of bearish on XLI. This will be a big name I watch on the 2nd. So in 2 days. Why? Because if it turns out to be beneficial and the tariffs aren't that bad, then you should see this thing take off. And that goes for, like, if you're curious, names that are in there, look them up, find out which one's your favorite, and trade accordingly, because the opposite is also true. And that's my biggest concern is these tariffs. When you're talking industrials, I mean, you're going to need steel, you're going to need copper, you're going to need aluminum, you're going to need, right? All these commodities that today's, I'd say, modern trader, they're not looking at all the ancillary things, which is like, who cares about copper? You know how much copper goes into making chips? Gold goes into making chips. Cars, for example, like, I think the only reason Tesla's getting a pump, well, first of all, there's a ton of money in it. Second of all, it is a US-based company. You could argue Toyota builds a lot of their stuff here too, but they import a lot of their stuff as well from Japan, and we saw what happened with the Nikkei, right? Nikkei overnight, boom, just straight down. So I'm getting less and less bullish on the consumer, unfortunately, but I think what happened with all this tariff stuff and what I just witnessed at the car dealerships, we could have a potentially artificially inflated number now that looks good. That's why listening to the news can be kind of dangerous sometimes. Yeah, look at the mechanics of markets at the end of the day. But you trade what you see, not what you feel, right? So TLT sitting up here. Let's look at what bonds are doing. Yeah, sure, no problem. Let's look at the 10-year, right? So again, just be mindful of, if you guys remember, it's been a few weeks now. You've got 4 big things, and I'd add a third one. So you've got equities, we'll call them stocks. You got bonds, and then you got Forex, and then over here in the corner, you got rates. They are all going up, and at some point, one of them is going to lose. One of them will lose. So let's find some trades, y'all. All right, so here's the good news. My 450 puts are down to 93 cents. I'm going to go for it. I'll grab 10 of them. So I'm risking $930, and I'll hold them till the 2nd, unless the Qs breach 465. What do they have on here? Right here, 465.74. So if we go up, I might wait for a little bit, because at this point it's, you know, $900. Who cares? But it'll go like this, and then if it tags this and keeps going, then I'll dump it. But if it tags this and then does that, I'll hang on to it. $900. Why not? Let's see, what else? What are we watching, y'all? No, coin's a fan favorite here. Let's see. I'm actually gonna. You guys want to talk through Death Cross and Golden Cross, or you guys know what that is already? And does that even help? I'm just looking around. I don't see anything that I really, really love. If anything, I'm watching Meta for what it does here at 572, because it could totally push to 575. And if it starts seeing some rejection overhead, I'm more inclined to short right now. And everybody's probably wondering why we're moving higher. Like, yeah, but look left. Look left. We are going down. So where can I get into short? I don't want to buy here, let's say on Nvidia, and it goes up 40 cents, 50 cents, $1, and then it dumps $3. So let's see. Golden Cross, Death Cross, pull up your daily. Okay, you've got a 200 EMA and a 55. So people use a 200 and a 50. That's the real number. Identify a Death Cross. This is a Death Cross right there. And Golden Cross is just the opposite right there. Actually, already right here. So Golden Cross is if you want markets to go up. So you move after a Golden Cross, which is pretty obvious there. And then a Death Cross is when the 200 and the 50, mine are 255, mine's an EMA, not an SMA, but similar concept. So right here is the actual Death Cross, and that usually leads to down markets. Simple indicator. Obviously, if you're shorting here, you're probably a little late to the party, but I'm looking at a 4 hour. What I'm noticing is this 1 hour, for whatever reason, it just seems a little bit more in line with how the big boys are playing. Reason being, same concept. Blue line is your 55, 200 is your yellow. Here's your Golden Cross, right? Golden Cross up, Death Cross right there, down. And then immediately after, 2 Golden Crosses, which then led to this. Again, on the 1 hour. And then the same thing here, 1 hour, same thing there, 1 hour. So I'm finding this to kind of be a little bit more helpful as a guide to like what's going on with how the, big money's thinking. Because every time we've crossed, look how many times, like it's not very common for this to happen. Now, granted, the shorter the time frame, the more often you'll see it. But on a 1 hour like this, like it's a lot of volatility, obviously. This big red box is the election pump, I'll call it. But then once we crossed here and here, like you could have shorted there and just held on, which we did. And unfortunately, I got out like somewhere around here, and then we just continued. So anyways, when you look at this chart, it's pretty gross. The worst part, we just put in a Death Cross again on 1 hour. Like, and go figure, right? Friday, sold off, and then we sold off pre-market, and now we're trying to bounce. Well, it's going to take a lot for this to then curl back to the upside, if that makes sense. Okay, let me see if I can find. So like, for example, you need to see this curve and start to head back to the upside, and then this do the same. And at some point, maybe they cross. You see what I mean? Maybe it's something like that. This. So you'll need to see like that to happen for your Golden Cross. And does it happen here? Does it happen there? And I don't know. Coming into tariffs, we'll see. We'll see. Right now, Qs are breaking out. So I'm not loving this with my put options right now. They're now worth 75 cents. Thanks a lot. So again, looking for an overshoot or rejection right here. Arguably, I probably could have waited or even get a better strike, but that's all right. It's down a couple $100 right now. It is what it is. Let's look around. I'm watching Meta, probably my next short position. I'm waiting to see what it does, though. Someone told me it was easier to see when I just have one chart instead of 4. So I have, 16 basically I'm looking at in a given time. Let's see what Meta's doing. I may nibble here, guys, on Meta. 573. 573. Let's see if it holds. Maybe I get a better entry up here somewhere. I mean, it's only off from the close by $3. So I'm not eager to jump in yet, but 573 is the level I do like right now. I'd ideally get like 576. Heck, 577 would be even better, but I'll be patient. Someone else was talking about Netflix earlier. What else are you guys watching? What are you guys looking at? I'll pull it up. This is a level I have marked on Netflix. It's 936. Got an alert there, and then 971, I think, if I remember right. And 971. I've got alerts there. Military action against Iran news coming in. Mm-hmm. Uh, 460 call options. And this week, no. What about the 17th? No, that's too much. Yeah, I won't touch those yet. Okay. Google now closing the gap. 17, 19 cents away from the close. Definitely a strong push. Good bounce. Let's see what the last couple hours of the day look like. But I'm kind of with you, Mark. I think it comes tomorrow. So again, make no mistake. You got to remember, big money, smart money, whatever you want to call it. They're selling in here. Why? Because most retail traders don't trade in here. Come in here, retail traders, short. Yeah. We're making money. And they're like, yeah, watch this. Boom. Run you over. Because they know your supply is here. They're going to squeeze you for every dime you got. And then look left. Maybe we start to drop around this 575 area or 577 area. We know that's a big level for Meta. That's why I'm watching. If we start, I want to be part of the downward move. Get in like right when it spikes higher to 580 or something. But if I see it start to round out a little bit here, I'll take advantage of it. And you want to short stocks that are on their way down, not on the way up. Like I'd say put options are a little bit different because you can mitigate some of your risk. Like right now, we got in, we're down like $112. So my exposure is minimal on the Qs right now. And if we start moving in favor of my trade, then I can even add more put options. Like if I start seeing the Qs break this 200, yeah, I'm going to add for sure. I might actually use a different strike price though, something a little closer to the money instead of 450. So that way, like if this, let's just say I get in at 463, I'm going to pay a little more for them. But if it moves 2 points, 3 points, great. I make a ton of money. I optimize my alpha from that trade if directionally we're moving, and then I can dump those and then keep my 450s because they're not going to move a ton because it's so far out of the money. Now, if we start breaking into the 450s, then yeah, magically the first candle through that, maybe if we hit session lows, Yeah, I'm gonna probably make some dough on that. Let's see. I might have missed the meta trade. Please, hopefully not. I'll keep an eye on that one. What's Baba doing? Not bad. PDD, not bad. I gotta stay away from. I'm better off trading coin. Every time I trade MSTR, the spreads get a little too vicious, and then I get apprehensive. Even with small share size, I'm like, oh, I'm down 3 points, and I think of it like in a normal stock. If I'm down 3 points, I'm out. But you can't do that with MSTR, really. Coin is kind of similar, kind of spready. Like today, it's actually pretty low spread, 15 to 20 cents. Not terrible. So when it gets to like 80 cents, then it's like, okay, this is getting obnoxious. Oops. What do you guys think? There's a pullback and Chevron there. WMT, Moscow. Walmart, Costco, likely to benefit, frankly, because they're going to be cheaper and people are going to move there because I got a feeling prices for everything are going up. So McDonald's probably going to continue to benefit. Why? Because it's less expensive food, which I don't know if that's entirely true because this is a while ago. We don't normally crush McDonald's, but you know, it was one of those evenings and $35 for 2 number ones. I'm like, no, thanks. I'd rather go sit down somewhere, you know, pretty wild. Chipotle, maybe a benefactor. What is Yum Brands doing? Coca-Cola got a little bit of blowback from the other day. I guess apparently Bobby Kennedy made mention right here that EBT, food stamps, etc., may not be eligible for soda products. So that there's an interesting curveball that randomly can happen now. They can determine what ends up in that basket. Which, by the way, Coca-Cola products have gotten pretty expensive as of late. You used to get a 12-pack for like $3. Now they're like $7-8. I do enjoy a Coke Zero from time to time. CELH, yeah, get a little bit of a boost from upgrade. IQ's, woohoo! Yeah, I'm gonna probably step in 463s. Let's see what they look like. I guess I'll probably do them for tomorrow. Yeah, on April Fool's Day is what's 463 look like. 307. Yeah, let's do it. Like $3. Okay, we're in. Again, these are only options. Like, I don't want to trade shares right now. I was going to trade shares on Meta, but now I'm maybe a little too late to the party. Now, if it gets up here, I'd be a little nervous that it pushes. So I'd be more inclined if it gets up here to go long than short. But AMD holding up pretty well. Trying to hang on to the 100 level, 101. What's Home Depot doing? Well, not bad. I guess the new housing starts were not a bad thing for the overall real estate. This is the name I'm going to watch if we finally get rate cuts. Blackstone. BLK will benefit from that too. KRE will benefit from that too. Cue the disclaimer, not financial advice. But I'm just thinking, like, it feels like they're forcing the hand of the Fed to cut rates. And because markets are like a, aircraft carrier, not a jet ski, it takes a while for these moves to happen. Right? It seems like they're drastic, and it's because we just have way more volatility now and more liquidity with retail traders in. But this move to the downside, like where is the, breaking point where big money says, hey, this hurts my portfolio too much? Or have they been, banking it on these bounces to like mitigate that loss because they know if we get that rate cut, they can buy more real estate, cost of money is going to be cheaper, blah, blah, blah. You guys know the story. Then they can just, all-time high the market and buy everything way cheaper. So that's kind of where my head's going, unfortunately. Not to sound bearish all the time, guys. If you remember, bearish in the morning, we went long off the bottom here and made some great trades. Tried to get a couple put options in here. They were working for a moment and then got taken out literally right about here. It happens. But now we're back and we are up on these $450 put options. We are also up on these 463s. Looking good. Not bad. Up $300, almost $250. Tesla short poison. What do you mean, DD? What I'm talking about? Oh, soda. Yeah. Well, you got to wait for the bounce here. Like here's the trouble with this, the Qs. Like it's holding the 200 ever since it got above it. Right when we got here, held it. So you would think the next thing it's gonna do is bounce. Now, if it doesn't, then we're at a minimum gonna stop at the VWAP, maybe do this, and then maybe test this level and do this, and then do we break the bottom? Which is kind of, unfortunately, what I'm hoping for. But Tesla's a little bit less forgiving and has a little bit of a mind of its own. You see these bottoming shadows, right? These little tails showing that people want to buy it. Buying the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. And it can easily push to this 262, easily, because it's Tesla. That said, I mean, you'd have to basically keep in mind this 257 area is, I'd say, the yearly level. I don't have it marked, but you could, arguably maybe put something like up here, right? Like in this area, if you start seeing rejection, maybe worth shorting up in this area, because then you're, minimizing your overhead in a stop. But typically, like I won't short a stock if it's doing this and then try to grab it on the way up. Usually if I'm going to do it, it'll do this from here to here to there to there to there to there, and then right around this area start shorting, and then once it breaks lower, you add, you partial kind of thing. See the disclaimer. That's how I trade anyway. Everybody's different style, different goal, different focus. So the problem is, like, this is a consolidation in a way, so it should make a decision in this area to go up or down. And then you've got this level, which was kind of, I don't want to say respected, but you found some buyers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. You break that level, that could be interesting, maybe to the downside. You'd be late to the party though, and you'd have to be willing to risk, $2. So depends on your style of trading and your risk tolerance, but yeah, actually right now I'm drinking just regular sparkling water because I'm on a health kick right now, DD. I'm trying to get back in shape because for a while there I was starting to feel like round was a shape. So now keep an eye here, since we were talking about Tesla, keep an eye on this level. If you find buyers there, you're probably going to, for sure, push higher. You break this level, we're going to see it in the Qs. We'll see it in Meta. I'm actually still watching Meta. There it is, 254.21. Keep an eye on that. We just got there, 254.23. You see that? Now we're at 254.20, 12. Now do we start pushing even further, or do we bounce? So if you're looking to go long, maybe that was your level. If you're looking to go short, though, I mean, this is, I would say that's the short move right there coming. I didn't take the trade, but just there's a live trade example of like setups. But this could be like a matter of minutes, because like we could undercut here just a little bit. As soon as we get above this 254.21, then we take off. So like if you're trying to go long right now, you know, that might be a fun level to mess with. And now you know where your stop would be, just under this wick. See the disclaimer, always. EQ summer's coming, yeah. Here we go. Afternoon sell-off, question mark? Did DVG pull it off again? Let's see. I would want the Qs to literally hit session lows in a perfect world. What else we watching, y'all? Now I'm more inclined to, right now Tesla would be a 50-50 trade. We'll know the direction in the next minute or so. That's so crazy. No. My 463s are losing a little bit of money now. Okay. $254.20 Tesla short. Small size. Sorry, Elon. Sorry, Elon. It's a small size. I'm gonna probably add to my 463s on the Qs here in a minute. Target Tesla will be right here. It's 251.5-ish. There we go. Meta. I missed out on Meta. Oh well. Maybe next time. No, my 463s are losing $80. No, $20. No, $10. No, even. All right, let's add to the 463s now. need one direction down, straight down. Let's see. Can you explain what the difference would be between someone who is a scalper and someone who randomly jumps in and out of trades based on price action? I think you just kind of stated it there. Look, scalping is really, again, I would argue I'm probably a scalper. I'm looking for my point or two directionally in a move. Like this Tesla trade. Marked this level, showed support 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. Broke through it. Now it's going to go back up. If we reject this level and becomes a ceiling, then yeah, I'm looking for my 2 points. Based on this price action. Now, if you're just jumping in randomly, you could have jumped in here to go long or short. You could have jumped in there to go long or short. You could have jumped in, you know what I mean? Like without any, there's no levels. There's no reason, I would say. So like when people say, oh yeah, based on the price action, like, well, where do you see the price action? Like if anything today, like Tesla today was a indecision in this area all day. So you could have gone short or long in this area, depending on direction, green or red candles, basically. Then once you consolidated here and you went long, let's say over the 200 and you look left, you could technically get in right around here. That would have been an ideal entry. I would say more or less an A+, not an A+ setup, but I'd say like an A grade setup, because you're waiting for a price to match what you see pre-market here in this level of consolidation after breaking lower and defending these lows, right? You get your retest there, you're down, retest, hold, profit taking, no surprise. This 251.58, that's a previous level that I had marked from, you know, a while ago. But if you were going to go long, you'd wait for this to retest, get above the 200. There's your long entry, which is what we did earlier, pretty much, except mine was down over on this side. Oops. And like now I'm worried I'm going to get run over, which is fine. Like a big way for me to like mitigate my stop losses. In fact, I'm probably going to get out now as I'm trying to explain this, but take this candle, 50% retrace off of that one move. Call it to like right there. Technically, what is going, why is it not snapping? Okay. So candle top, candle bottom, 50%. So call it like right there-ish. We start pushing really, really high, like right there, the fact that just opened right there, I'm worried, but I'm hoping for exactly what's happening. I need to see more red to hold on to this position. If I don't see more red, I'm out. Now, this isn't a hard stop, but it's a level that I'm for sure watching, and you see what's happening, right? There's your 50% retrace on your strike bar. To the downside, you had one of them. You had a second one that moved lower than this, and it was a full candle, right? There's a name for it. Why am I drawing a blank on it? Starts with M. I'm drawing a blank. Like a full body candle versus just like these shadows and wicks. So right now, like again, an overshoot over my stop loss, I'm kind of expecting it. But now that I see this retest to the downside, I'm actually really encouraged to add to this trade. As long as we break this 254.21 area, which we've seen, look at this level. It's like standing on it. Look at, see that? So, you know, if we push above here again, that means that I lose. This is what it is. Getting close. That looks pretty much like a losing trade to me. One moment. Let's not get excited on the spike. Again, it's only 80 cents. So like I say it's only 80 cents. It's because like, again, we're not out just yet. I want to wait for this candle to complete. Ideally, I want to see what happens. Now, if it takes off, then it's going to hurt a little more than I want it to. But this is the trouble with something like Tesla. Like, am I going to get scared about 80 cents on Tesla? Not really, because 80 cents for Tesla's table stakes. But I don't want to make it 2 points. That's not the plan. You know? Some people might. I just have really tight tolerance when it comes to losing trades. So like right now, I'm proving to be wrong. And I'm glad we're able to do this live so you get an idea of like, you know, when I'm in or out of a trade, if I'm losing. Because sometimes people will wait and it'll get up to here, it'll reject, and then it'll dump. Like, I missed out on it. I'm like, well, hey, I got in at the wrong time then. I saw this area of support. We broke it. I thought I'd get in. We got in, right? It's holding, and now I'm running the risk of that, which I don't want. But the good news is it was a small size to start with, because I knew is this like a 50-50 trade. This isn't, I wouldn't say an A+ setup. A+ setup was down here we talked about. Or not A+, but an A grade setup. This right here was a little bit of a gamble. So that candle's closed. Let's see if we pull back. We'll probably pull back to about here and hold it, and then it'll probably take off. So I'll get out if I can for less of a loss, hopefully. Still in, but I'm okay with taking a loss at this point. Let's see how little I can lose for the time being. Now the Qs are turning against. Don't like it. Tesla. Well, that stinks. Probably going to call it a loss right here in just a moment. That sucks. So a little over a point we're going to lose on this trade. Luckily, a small size. Haven't clicked the button yet, but again, we're in at 254.20, so we're about a point loss. I don't mind this price action. Again, just at this point, seeing how little I can lose. Now, if it starts breaking lower, then awesome, right? But right now, this is, to me, a losing trade. I'm just trying to figure out where I can get a decent market fill. Watching the bid, watching the ask. Still okay. I'm not too worried about it. Now, if this was like, I don't know, 1,000 shares or something, I'd be a little bit more upset about this movement. But I'm okay so far. Because technically, we're still, you know, lower high potentially. We'll see if that's in fact true, and if it is, then I could probably add to my position to the downside. Go figure. Let's see. Okay, I thought scalpers jump in with huge share size and get out with small moves. Yeah, that's my question. Max loss for the day. It's hard to say because I've had. I mean, it's hard to say. I wouldn't say I have a max loss. For me, it's more about like, am I trading appropriate setups? Like even this trade right now in Tesla, like the fact that we did it live, you guys have to see how I'm mentally looking at it. It wasn't a hard stop. I held through it, wanted to see how the candle closed, looked a little aggressive on the move. Now that we're pulling back, technically I can get out for, you know, and lose 20 cents. Now I'm like, okay, well, let's just see how it plays out. And if I lose a point, I lose a point. But in moves like this, as an example, so now that we're moving lower, I may actually add to this. But like, because this happened, now I would be okay with putting my stop right above this candle. So I'd lose $1.25 basically on the trade if it moves against. So normally I wouldn't have a hard stop because I got that entry because I was like, well, does it continue to break? In theory, it should have. Now that it's retested this and it's breaking again, I feel more confident in this trade aiming lower, like much more confident. But it easily could, if this continues to show support, nothing telling me it can't, do this. Yeah, and there's nothing, dude, everyone has a style. There's some traders I know that they're like amazing swing traders, I'm trying to get better at it because I miss out on a ton of moves because I'll go like right now, let's say with this trade I'm with Tesla, let's just say I started with, I don't know, let's say 200 shares. So if I was in there with 200 shares, I might pull off like 120 on my first partial. And then I let 80 run, then I'll pull 50, then I'll pull 20, and then I'll pull the last 10. Depends on the trade. But I know guys that are like swing traders that they'll do the opposite. They'll go like, let's say like how I'm doing it now, start with a small position, add right now, move slower, keep adding into your position until you get to like a big key level. So like in this case, maybe like down here at like 248 and wait for that move to happen at some point. And then the trouble is you have to have a way bigger tolerance for loss, right? Because you got to let it play out. So it can't be like, oh, hey, I'm going to give it $1 stop loss on a stock like Tesla that moves, 5-6 points in 10 minutes. You might have to give it 12 points to make your 12. So there's like a 1-to-1 in that equation, but you give it way more room to dance. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to get better at that personally. Like it's like my own style, I would say. But, at the end of the day, you should always be trying to improve no matter what it is. For me, it's, how do I be a better husband? How do I be a better steward of like our community here? Etc. You get the point, right? So this Tesla trade is working out great now. Guys, we almost got stopped out. We did that live together. So you guys get an idea of how I roll. Like I didn't like this move. Was getting a little upset about the move. Was literally watching the top of this candle, right? I mentioned 2 points. I thought this was going to be up near 256, but it's not. It's like 255.5, which that's fine. It's a little over a point, point and a half, which is okay on a name like Tesla. But now I want 251.5 for partial. And I didn't add, by the way. I should add, but I'm not going to. Only reason is I've got these put options on the Qs, 2 different strike prices. I didn't sell any. I just literally, buy to open. So I want the direction to be down. So I'm not even collecting premium, which is dangerous. I don't know. Does that help you guys? DVG is not always right. It's true. I'm not always right, but you guys get to see the trade play out and how I would hang on to it and how I'd get rid of it, right? Realistically, breaking under this level here, like right there, would have been a great time to add. And we're there now, so technically I could add again, but I'm not going to. Just because it's Tesla. If it was something like Meta that's a little bit more predictable on the price action, right? Like I wanted to get it up here, and then I, chickened out, and now we would have made 4 points. Like, bummer. It's what it is. And then the nice thing about using options is I'm not as worried holding, let's say, for example, like these 450 puts. Yeah, we're up like $100. I'm making way more money on the 463s because they're way more expensive. We got it at 308 and they're now like 325, it looks like. So I'm making a couple $100 on the 463s, but they also cost me $3,000 to buy. whereas the Qs were $930 or whatever it was, $940. And like for $940 to protect for like a major move down, okay. You know, I got 2 days to get there. So here, we'll pull up Tesla again since I'm in there. And then here's trouble. Runs right in the 200, bounces. So because it's a smaller position, I'm going to hold it until I hit my take profit, which is, or I should say, take partial. It's going to be this 251 and change. Normally, if I had a bigger position, like if I started, let's say, with like 300 shares, I'd take probably 200 of them off right here. Scalp. Boom. All right, y'all. It's quiet in the room. What's going on? What are you guys watching? I know one of our buddies is probably in a swivel chair. I always forget. Is that you, Mark? You got the trade set up on one side, and then you got another desk. Forget who that is. You're watching gold go up. Are you looking at like GDX, or are you looking at actual gold? Well, I mean, for what it's worth, gold is a very defensive asset class. Very defensive. I mean, it's going to reap the benefit of what's happening in tech, because they do use quite a bit of gold in making chips, stuff like that, especially like all the quantum stuff. Just because it's an incredible conductor, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of great qualities about gold, from capacity, et cetera. But, you know, a lot of times people opt for less expensive things like copper for a majority of the stuff. But there's still a need for gold in like cables and stuff like that. So, are you in gold, Didi? Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, it could. Like, I don't know, Didi, are you pretty new here? I could be wrong. Forgive me. You're like, no, I've been here for 5 years. You are? Okay, cool. Welcome. Yeah. How long ago did you join us? Always curious to get perspective too of our new members. Like, you know, what was interesting? What made you want to join? About 4 days ago. Right on. Cool. Welcome to Didi. All right. Love it. Oh, cool. Well, shout out to your friend. You have to like send a DM or something. Let me know who that person was, if they're in the community or what have you. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely there's different ways of looking at this. You know, I think kind of for me personally anyway, I'm looking at hedging using military stuff, and I'm just watching it right now. Like, where's a good level to start nibbling? Maybe not trade, but nibble. Because I imagine these tariffs are going to create even more tensions, and then of course, typically during tensions, people invest in military, unfortunately. So, but yeah, I am worried about banks. I am worried about banks. Oracle's another stock I'll be watching next week or so. Could be interesting to see what happens, given they're tied to. Keep me honest, guys. What was the name of the project? Stargate, or what is it called? There's some exposure to tariffs. that whole project. And the whole, I don't know if we brought it up, but like people are talking about TikTok supposed to have a deal done by Friday, which who knows? Kevin O'Leary wants to buy it. Mr. Beast wants to buy it. I think Larry wants to buy it. That's from Oracle. So like right now, a lot of those servers are hosted on, companies like Oracle and some of these other hyperscalers like Google. So what does that mean for them? Like if they end up shutting down the servers, fill in the blank, what's that valuation? You figure it's probably in the neighborhood of 50 to 60 billion dollars, I would guess, collectively. So what the breakdown or makeup of those hyperscalers, who knows? I don't know. But if China decides they don't want to sell TikTok, well, then what? Question mark. And oh, by the way, during tariffs. Stargate. Steve, you're the best. Appreciate you, man. Stargate. Well, I'm going to hang on to these the put options and stuff for now. This move on the Qs kind of hurt just now on the 463s. The 450 is, I mean, at this point, like we were up $100. Now we're down $40. Like it's fine. I'm not too worried about it. And then Tesla, what are you doing? That's unfortunate. Just kind of like right at my entry. So I may just dump this trade. We'll see. I've got enough exposure to the downside with these puts. So if Tesla starts moving higher, I'll just dump it. It's just really fascinating, though. In down markets, you really don't typically see this level of strength. Like, look at this 200, how important that is. It just bounces right off of that. Doink. Just every single time. Bouncing, move higher. Bouncing, move higher. That's really not normal. So, I mean, the one thing I was watching earlier this morning, which is part of the reason I was like, let's maybe try a couple long positions, was RSI on the 15. And if, again, you look at the RSI on the 1 hour, which has kind of been my new indicator, we'll say, or just a time that I'm watching, we broke well below on RSI. And once we crossed over, like, yeah, we saw some buying. So it doesn't mean that we have to stay up here, but in many cases, that usually marks a bottom, right? So like there's a bottom here. You couldn't consider that a bottom, but every time we kind of break below this area, you almost mark a bottom. And then similar here, you kind of mark a top. But it's hard to use that, in shorter time frame, just because frankly, like we pushed a little bit higher even after we peaked right here. So if you like started shorting here, you probably would have got run over. But I still am worried about the big seller that's hanging out around the corner that no one's talking about. And I hope I'm wrong. I've got, well, technically right now about 4K. I'm going to dump the 463s though sooner than later because those expire tomorrow. So need the Qs to break lower. If I see another $400 or $500 on it, I'll probably take them. Stargate. It sounds like a movie. I think there is a movie called Stargate, isn't there? Yeah, I think the other one to watch too is going to be this. What happens with this? So here we are, August 5th. That was a carry trade. Everyone discovered what it means to have margin calls on equities that you own on margin and now are borrowing against in another currency. So there's your low on that day. And surprisingly, dollar's holding up pretty well against the yen at the moment. But compared to the rest of the world, look what happened here on the 5th. There's your low. We're at 102.16. We're now sitting at 104 currently. So we saw a big, strong dollar, now a weaker dollar. Now, if we get weak dollar, low interest rates, and it's inflation, which we're kind of walking right into, well, let me show you what that looks like if you guys were curious. You ready? Low interest rates, high inflation. Oh, and then it resulted in quantitative easing. Yeah, that happened. Quantitative tightening. Like you could literally mark these big drops. You could mark them. CPI data probably would be my guess. Bad CPI. And then here I think that we had some kind of like rate correction, another Jerome Powell event right in here in this March time frame. I could literally look them up and mark them. In fact, maybe I will start doing that. But it's fascinating to me when you see like everyone's like, oh, inflation, it's bad for economies. Technically, yes, but it helps the balance sheet for everybody. If things are more expensive and people are still paying for it, that means you're going to have more profit, more revenue, right? If you've got to increase, I use the simple example. How many of you guys have a gardener, right? I remember my gardener had upped my cost during COVID by double, and I had to pay it. I was like, well, I can find another gardener, or you can just still be my guy, and it is what it is. Well, that effect for him looks like he's making more money, but his costs went up. And so is he making more? I don't know, but now you play the game of margins, and this is where I think the beauty of being an old school investor and an old school trader. I've been around this for a while, and you understand fundamentals, how to evaluate a P, like what's in a PE ratio. How do you calculate your PEG? How do you figure out, reading a financial statement and a balance sheet? Like this is all the stuff we're moving towards that again. The trouble is we've had this time where like this arbitrary number of like, well, what's Tesla worth? What's Google worth? What's Bitcoin worth? It's worth whoever's willing to pay for it next, not based on evaluation. And then a bunch of people, doing the homework to go, oh yeah, you know what? Google's actually worth, I don't know, 150 billion or whatever the number is, right? Based on their numbers, or the revenue and multipliers, or what's normal in the space. Now you're seeing like, 300x multipliers on revenue, which is like, wait, what? But if it's conducive for the space, then it makes sense. But we got to a point where it got a little out of hand. Well, again, back to the original thing: trade what you see, not what you feel. If I see, Google's moving straight up, then yeah, we'll make money there. Oh, Tesla, see that? Do you see this? Come on. Boo. I'm going to dump it. No thanks. Small loss, 50-cent loss. It's fine. I'm not going to play around with Tesla today. Get a nice break. Find support on the 200. Take off. Now look what the Qs are doing. Same thing. Breaks. Moves higher. Bounces off the 200. So the 200, you see how important this is? Well, what's interesting though is like normally once you break this, see how you like rejected it here, you rejected it here, you started rejecting, but then it was consolidating. This rejection typically in a, I'd say, regular market, given the quote unquote uncertainty everyone's talking about, that's what happens. And we are seeing the complete opposite. Talk about some euphoria. So I might eat a loss on the 463 puts here in a minute. We'll see. But again, I'll just keep these 450s till I got 2 days on them. They expire on the 2nd. So unless we push to like 466 area, then I'll, probably have to dump those as well. I think that's it for me though. I mean, I'm, green on the day, get back a little bit, but it's all right. I'm not hurting. I just hate giving back money, but that's all right. Try to take some good trades that just didn't work out. It's all right. Let's see. This market is so boring right now. I wonder if I get some action after 2. Yeah, probably. So 3:30 to 4. Really, the seller buy on close orders come in around 3:50. That's Eastern. And 3:55, like the big bulk of them will show up then. What I'm noticing is right around like 3:30 to about 4, so we're seeing a lot more of the institutional traders stepping in. It used to be kind of that power hour at 3, but literally from 3:30 to the close, we're seeing a lot more volume show up around that time frame. But yeah, needless to say, gave back a couple bucks here in the afternoon session. Unfortunately, I'm not going to try to fight it. We made some money this morning. I'm happy with that. I will see everybody at the open tomorrow. Trade safe, y'all. It's a market of, you kind of scratch your head right now. So same thing I've been telling y'all for a while now. Just be mindful of your size. If you can, cue the disclaimer. It's your money. Do what you want with it. But at the end of the day, like in markets like this, where in the matter of 15 minutes, you literally have put in a session high, a pullback of 0.5% in 15 minutes, and now you're trying to take out session highs again. So like if you were holding 1,000 shares, you're wrong in 15 minutes, but you were profitable for 7 of those minutes. It's just one of those types of markets. Less predictable, setups are not as easy. So just, be careful. Be careful. Like even these little losses I took, they're manageable. It's not end of the world. So anyway, appreciate y'all. We'll see you tomorrow at the open. Again, trade safe if you are trading today. Cheers. God bless.